Request everybody to please settle down. If any of your friends are outside the hall, please call them here. Yes. A warm welcome to all present here. On the behalf of Dbmf, I, Preeti Divekar, would like to welcome you all. Today's gathering is not just an event, but a platform to learn, connect, and grow together. Now, I would request all of you to please rise for the national anthem. We would like to observe 2 minutes of silence for late architect Shankar Kanade sir, who passed away recently. Shankar Kanade sir, a revered Indian architect known for his pioneering Chhapdi stone construction technique, co-founder of Shilpa Sindoor Bengaluru, he championed affordable, sustainable, and humanist architecture for the middle class, rejecting monumentalism in particular. We at Dbmf remember him fondly as we had the opportunity for an insightful interaction with him. Let's observe 2 minutes of silence for the condolence. Thank you, all of you. So as you all know, Dhruba Baruah Memorial Forum is a collective of young and passionate architects formed to honor the memory of our beloved friend Dhruba Baruah, who passed away in 2013 in an unfortunate accident. The initiative was founded with the intention of nurturing creativity, broadening exposure, and encouraging the exchange of ideas. It carries forward a legacy rooted in culture, a journey whose impact is meant to inspire generations to come. Dbmf is built on the belief in connecting students and professionals on a common platform, making knowledge more accessible and bringing art and architecture closer to everyone. The initiative serves a larger purpose of community engagement and operates purely on a non-commercial basis. At its core, Dbmf strives to foster the spirit of art and architecture while promoting social responsibility amongst its members and the wider community. Dbmf has organized diverse presentations, workshops that bring together architects, artists from around the world, offering a platform to explore their design approaches, exchange thoughts, and celebrate their contributions to the field of art and architecture. Before we start the presentation series, we would like to have a book launch by Kishor Trivedi sir, Poetics of Geometry. I humbly request all the dignitaries to please grace the stage for the book launch. Architect Shirish Berry sir, Architect Kishor Trivedi sir, Architect Varna Shashidhar ma'am, Architect Milinda Pathiraja, Architect Rahul Durgade sir, Architect Praveen Mari sir, and Architect Saurabh Malpani sir. We would like to take a moment here to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Kishor sir for his generous gesture of donating the proceeds from this book to the forum. We appreciate your support and encouragement, sir, and thank you for believing in our cause. Poetics of Geometry by architect Kishor Trivedi, My Humble Expression of Architecture. The book is available for sale outside the hall. You all can have a look at the book and purchase it. Yes. More energy in the house, please. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you all the dignitaries to grace the stage. Moving forward, we have a presentation by architect Kishor Trivedi sir now. To introduce him, graduated from MS University in Baroda to obtain degree in architecture. In 1975, his first project for Rajkot Municipal Corporation provided housing for the economical weaker sections at a cost of Rs 4,056 only per unit. This project showcased his deep concern for the urban poor. His commitment and his struggle for excellence led him to win many projects through design competitions, including the National Forensic Sciences University, a vision of Prime Minister Narendra Bhai Modi. In addition to designing numerous educational institutions, he played a pivotal role in initiating a school of architecture in Rajkot. Following philosophy of service and giving, he has tirelessly dedicated his efforts to supporting the economically, socially, and physically deprived classes. His deep commitment is reflected in the creation of impactful projects such as orphanages and old age homes and hospitals. He has received several architectural awards, including those from JK Cement and IIA for his excellence in designing institutional buildings like VVP Engineering College and the School of Architecture in Rajkot. His portfolio also includes universities, art galleries, cooperative banks, townships, and high-end apartments. His architectural language remains rooted to the context and exploring modularity, articulating geometry and simplicity. He constantly searches to achieve timelessness, monumentality, and experiential qualities of spaces in his works. Presently, he is working on various campuses in Guwahati, Bhopal, Goa, Dharwad, and Gandhinagar. Let's hear it for architect Kishor Trivedi sir.
And very good afternoon to you all. It gives me immense pleasure to be with you on such a occasion, to be with you at Kolhapur, and an event and a platform created very emotionally to give tribute to a great friend of yours. This indeed is a great and emotional moment, and for that I feel humbled that you have invited me for this purpose. Pankaj called me to make my presentation, and generally I always escape. I avoid to give presentation because I am afraid of a large gathering and I can't face big audience. So I said, no, I will not be able to come. I showed many excuses, but then he caught hold of Girish Bhai Doshi, who is a great friend of mine, and he called me, Kishor Bhai, you have to come. And obviously I can't say no to him, and that's why I'm here. Not because for any other reason, but I am quite an introvert person, and I avoid making presentation as far as possible. But it would be interesting to tell you that my first presentation happened at B.V. Doshi's office, Balkrishnan Doshi's office, where he got a project in Saurashtra, a place closer to my city, and he wanted me to be his associate architect. And the Aga Khan Foundation people, the directors of Aga Khan Foundation for whom the project was to be done, they said we would like to interview him and we would like to see what he is. And so I had to make presentation to them. And in those days, presentations were not like this, but they were slide projectors. And I used to put some slides in correct position and some slides in reverse position. And so Yatin Pandya and Muktiraj Chauhan from Doshi's office would run and put it correctly. So that's why, there's a beginning, and I fumbled at that point of time, and excuse me if I do the same here. So my office, I have a small office of about 10 to 12 architects working, and since last 50 years I am into practice in Rajkot. But Rajkot being a smaller town, although now people say this is the 6th largest, fastest growing city in India, or maybe in world, I don't know, but at least in India, and now it is growing. But earlier there were no opportunities. So most of my works are, not most, but many of my works are through competitions. And this competition gives you the confidence if you win. And even if you lose, you learn a lot. So competitions do help a lot. Now this presentation is in two parts. One is about celebrating design and spaces, and the second is about my few projects. Ajinkya, some problem? Done?
Yes.
Thank you. So it is about celebrating design and spaces. Spaces are designed consciously or subconsciously, leading to defined or undefined in character. Defined spaces, as I perceive, means specific and inorganic in character, while undefined spaces means organic in character, having multiple possibilities to create interesting and multifunctional opportunities which one can experience and enjoy. This is an orphanage school in Rajkot. That's where the celebration of space begins. I believe celebration of space starts with the process of design itself. Design in this context relates with space making, which is also about designing or creating spaces inside or outside, connecting with the landscape and nature. This is one of the institutions that I designed. Some undefined spaces are happening spaces, vibrant and interactive in nature, like veranda, like otlas, balconies, courtyards, overlooking the streets, connecting with the life outside. See how people are getting connected with community and neighborhood inside or outside, inside to outside. The question is, should every space has to be specific to a purpose, or it should be multidimensional or multifunctional? Can there be more interesting in between spaces also? With changing lifestyle, typologies are also changing very fast, and such celebrating spaces would get translated into newer architectural language. We have inherited rich historical places like stepwells, temple complexes, ghats, and palaces, etc., which are functional and yet very interesting examples of vibrant public spaces. This is Rani Ki Vav in Patan in Gujarat, from where Narendra Modi comes, which is one of the glaring example of a public space. Such spaces become places of celebration when the entire community gathers to collect water and forgets the pain of not having enough water and scarcity of water. Here, the purpose is not just to collect water, but to create a meaningful experience and dialogue which reflects rich history and cultural heritage. And see how the skylight from the top glorifies the religious and cultural motifs below. We also inherited spiritual and religious spaces like this pilgrimage place where people from across the country come to celebrate their faith in spirituality and to enjoy togetherness created through rich architectural and public spaces. This is in Pushkar. Meenakshi temple in southern India is another such majestic place for worship. And also the ghats in river Ganga at Banaras, where the sacred water of river Ganga flows. Boat races in Kerala. These races showcase unity, togetherness, and cultural heritage involving people from all different parts of life. Independence Day Parade, where streets and roads are not just the mere connectors of two ends, but they are also vibrant corridors connecting and binding different cultures to create cohesiveness in this society. These are also social spaces of harmony which binds the people with the national pride. I believe our cities should be so planned to accommodate our spiritual and religious heritage in urban space making, and should also recognize our cultural get-togetherness like this. because social gatherings and festivities happening in the vibrant public spaces create an emotional bond amongst the society. To my opinion, India is an epitome of cultural vibrancy and diversity. In my city, Rajkot, races used to take place in race course, which is one of the most important and vibrant urban space. I see how people celebrate and enjoy their life here. Ajankya problem. Hello? There's no voice. I don't know what is happening. Vibrant spaces we have in our city, Rajkot, and see how people enjoy their retirement or their free times. And people, while in morning walk or in evenings, they all enjoy, they have togetherness with each other, and this is how the social spaces are created. This is a compound wall of a race course, and it is so designed that people can sit over, and it protects also and can be used from outside. They have their ice creams or what you say golgappa here. This is Milan, another such gathering space in Duomo, which is a historical square in Milan. So these are the public spaces, public places which are enjoyed by the people, and therefore they are created for the people. This is Louvre in Paris, an example of how public spaces come alive when people gather and celebrate together. Our present cities take pride in making flyovers that divide and kill the character of the urban spaces, and also our walkable neighborhoods. My architectural quest has always been in observing and learning how people can experience the celebration of design and space making. The above image shows one of the rare gatherings where the legendary architects Korea Doshi Raje and Chaya gathered at amphitheater of our school at Rajkot. Before I joined architecture, I was studying in first year science at Ahmedabad, and this tube house by Korea was under construction very close to my home, and very curiously I used to visit the site and saw the progress, how it grows. Similarly, Indology by Doshi, which inspired and tempted me to join architecture. As a student, the Glass House by Philip Johnson deeply influenced me, the way transparency from inside to outside gets connected with the landscape and nature. Also, how the circular mass is placed inside the rectangular box. During my second year vacation, my elder brother insisted me to design his residence having a limited budget of just rupees 20,000. I had no option but to adopt a clear structural order and grid along with a strong geometrical construct which can create flowing interior spaces. I am Ahmedabad, having a strong geometrical construct which also influenced me to learn, interpret and translate my learning from masters regarding scale, monumentality and modularity. So, for me, geometry became a language of memories, not only a system of form, proportions or shape. On the right, on the left is a Jain Smarak that I designed in Jaipur, remains incomplete so far, pavilion for a bank and another bank on the left, on the right. In 76, just after my graduation, I had an opportunity to design a pavilion for an industrial fair which was based on the pure triangular geometry. Triangle grid gives you a good dynamics and force. The industrial expo was supported by my client, in which our faculty of MS University also participated to design another pavilion, who used to teach us basics of design and who gave me the immense knowledge of pure geometrical constructs. He came and hugged me and praised me for designing this pavilion, and this was a great encouragement for me. I then started realizing that geometry is a very important ordering principle, which brings clarity, simplicity, and a silent discipline in making of spaces and volumes. This is Jain monument near Rajkot, which is incomplete, but it will be done very soon, which is on the one of the rivers of Saurashtra. When I understood deeply, geometry became the tool to elevate design beyond function, allowing architecture to acquire a sense of inevitability that can be described as timelessness, providing a framework and an orchestration within which the poetry of architecture unfolds naturally. This is another bank. I did about 26 banks in Gujarat, and these are few examples. Now I start with my first major project, which gave me a breakthrough in designing of institutional buildings. VP Engineering College is one of them. Rajkot is located at the heart of dry and semi-arid Kathiawar Peninsula in Western India. Due to its geographical position, it has remained comparatively isolated from the mainstream and hence remained economically and politically underserved. There were about 200 plus small kingdoms in Saurashtra, each developing its own distinct architectural style drawn from diverse influences. Throughout the history, architectural expressions have been rich and vivid, shaped by a clear understanding of climate, culture, tradition and materials. VP Engineering College is a contemporary interpretation of rich architectural and cultural heritage. This is interesting because I was asked by the client to find out an appropriate site for the college, and I was lucky that I could get such an opportunity, which was to be acquired from the government. 27 acres of land was chosen on the western side of the city, having maximum number of institutions along with a state highway known as Kalawad Road, which is surrounded by small villages and an industrial area on north, sloping about 3 meters from south to north. The design intents were given. It should be conducive for the purpose, should uphold the dignity and pride, should address inside to outside connection with landscape, should achieve timelessness through simplicity of form, and should use minimum possible building materials. And we had a very limited budget. Zoning was done. Site is about 100 meters inside the major important state highway. High tension electrical line passes through the site, and the masses of academic blocks are oriented such that it appreciates the directions while repeating the site edges and the north and south. Respecting the site edges was a main consideration. This is academic plan, in which planning evolves around courtyard of various sizes and shapes from large to small in hierarchical order to minimize the effect of harsh climate of this region. Central courtyard in Rajkumar College, which is the premier historical institute of this region, it was a context where the scale of the courtyard with building around was a source of inspiration. And I measured the courtyard around and the section of the place with ground plus one building, and the length and width of the courtyard was studied properly, and which was translated here. Here also the central court acts as a place of social and cultural interaction, serving as an amphitheater, modulated through natural gradient of 1.2 meter from south to north. It relates to the scale of historical continuity with the contemporary needs. Academic functions were planned around the courtyard on the basis of their diverse characters and activities. Lecture halls, laboratories, computer center, admin and faculty area, student center, etc. obviously were required to be planned. All the functions connect spaces horizontally and vertically through the north and south central spine. Primary spine merges with secondary and tertiary tributaries in hierarchical order, inspired by the traditional towns of Saurashtra region. Here the circulation network encourages dynamic and engaging spatial experiences. These passages are designed to connect seamlessly with the functional zones, while double-heighted corridor enhances interaction across the floors, further overlooking the landscape and courtyards beyond. An attempt has been made to restrict the scale of institution from G+1 or G+2 so that activities remain connected to ground and landscape. Now we'll see how the design was evolved.
Classroom module. Repetition of the same. Carving out courtyards in between. Translating the modules. Raising the floor above G+1. With west side completely blocked, courtyards fosters indirect light. Windows of knowledge. Detailing out inviting entrance to first phase. Also objectifying vertical circulation. Blocking the harsh light of the south completely while complementing it with a large mass of staircase at the top. Detachment of wet services like washrooms and water tanks respects the hygiene in institutional buildings. This was the first phase of academic block, Bridge for Extension Control. Modification of earlier module into laboratories. Repeating the new module with shared courtyard while carving out a space in between. Connecting mass at the top. Translating the new cluster of laboratories, connecting them together with a north-south central spine, with triangular stair courts overlooking double-height corridor. Proposing an indirect entrance foyer, connecting to the central axis. Large steps in front invites the users directly to the upper floor. Student center as circular mass is introduced to hinge the entire construct of geometrical plan. Entrance bridge as connector. Administrative block placed diagonally which directs users towards the foyer. All the blocks encompasses a central courtyard with level difference of 4 feet from one end to another. Geometrical construct of the court is such that one can perform on one end while others can watch from another end. Wet services are detached throughout the planning. Layer transition from built to unbuilt acts as breakout spaces from the core function. Enclosing courtyards on the other side. Extending corridors further for a diverse function such as computer center. Detailing out diagonal entrance such that it purifies the construct of the corner massing further. Connecting the different phases together with bridges. Multiple celebratory entrances are proposed for students to enjoy these spaces. All the functions are independent, similarly workshop at the farthest end. Arrival plaza is encompassed by mounts from the two ends, complementing the building on the opposite ends. That's the evolution of engineering campus.
Landscape mounts at the entrance enveloping the arrival area to create an inclusive space hiding the parking outside. This is axis of arrival. We'll quickly go through some images. Please see the viewpoints, shaded walkways, subtle yet bold transition between the axes, from built to unbuilt. And interestingly, few of these images have been captured by Balkrishna Doshi, and he presented me this when I went to his office to meet him. So many of these images are by Balkrishna Doshi. This is special continuity between spine and courtyard. Courtyard as breather, journey from built to open, visual connectivity between the courts looking within and framing the views beyond as well. Computer center, entrance to computer center from north side, entrance to first phase. We tried to minimize the openings on west and south side as far as possible to avoid the harsh weather. Instead borrowed filtered light from light wells and courtyards in between. This is the interactive courtyard, which is a central courtyard where all the activities happen. Academic blocks serving as backdrop, creating opportunities for vibrant activities in the central court. An attempt has been made to bind different built masses together with bridges and pathways as connector, pursued as connectors, visual connectors. Connectors as bridges, connector as level modulators, connector as binders. Circular mass is a flexible multi-activity center for students which breaks the monotony of strict geometrical order. Uncapped ends were perceived as windows of knowledge with different primary colors at the end according to the branches and faculty. This is a workshop with north light from top, which is a workshop borrowing reflected north light from the top. This is entrance to library. Library is half in the basement and half above. Building is looking inward. These are entrances from side. Again borrowing light from the top. Light wells in all the corners. Borrowing diffused light from top in the central court. This was a humble, honest attempt to achieve the objectives mentioned in the design intent earlier. Now next is the School of Architecture, which we initiated, and here also there is a story behind. Actually, my father-in-law happened to be a legendary architect in Saurashtra region, and he wished to have a school of architecture because Saurashtra and Kutch, having population of around 2 crores, had no school in spite of having a very rich architectural heritage. And he was supported by many other people in the city. But then ultimately the burden was to come on my shoulder, and I kept on showing excuses and said, no, we should not have a school because we will have so many problems of having faculty, etc., etc. And for quite a long time, I mean almost about 5 years, I resisted because I was a pivotal person in between. And then, I used to discuss this with Girish Bhai, and Girish Bhai was of the opinion that you must have a school of architecture in Rajkot. The president of Council of Architecture also called me once and said, why are you reluctant? You must also have a school of architecture, because in Gujarat at that point of time we had hardly 4 schools. One at the MS University, the other at SEPT, third at Surat, and fourth was Vidyanagar. So you have all the reasons to have school because students have to move out. So I said, but where is the money? And then my father-in-law said, okay, I'll donate 31 lakhs. So as an architect, this is the first example of donating money for this purpose, noble purpose. And then I was asked to approach a cooperative bank, and I was doing so many banks for them, so many branches for them, and I had approach possible with the directors and all. So I requested them that we need to have a school and we need money, why don't you spare some for us? So they said, how much? I said 2 crores. So I was made to be present at the general body meeting of the shareholders, and shareholders, I had to ask them that we need a school, these are the reasons, and our students have to go far beyond, and the poor parents have to spend a lot of money. So do you agree with this? So there were about 1,500 shareholders present in the hall. They all raised their hands, yes, we agree. And all of them agreed to pay 2 crores of rupees. And that's how this school was initiated. And I think we as architects have to be initiator also for good causes, like a platform that you have created for Dhruba, Baruah. So this school happened this way, and there also Girish Doshi came to my rescue when I was saying no. B.V. Doshi was in Pune with Girish Bhai, and they were discussing about the matter, and Girish Bhai asked Balkrishna Doshi that this school requires to be initiated, but these people are reluctant. Then he made me speak with Balkrishna Doshi. He called me, Balkrishna Doshi called me from there and said, why are you reluctant? We are with you, we'll help you, and you must have a school. So again, this was endorsed, and we had no option but to succumb and respect his wish. So here again I was asked to select the site, but site was already there, but one part was to be for architecture. And this is the overall site besides the engineering campus. This is the total master plan of the campus. Planting tree was prime consideration before starting the construction to protect them from heavy traffic, pollution, noise, dust, and harsh climate. And key issues and design considerations were to achieve intimate scale, because school would hardly have 200 students, 40 each for 5 years. Space effectiveness and cost effectiveness. All this, even VP engineering was at that point of time done in 250 rupees a square foot. And this was done at around 300 rupees a square foot. While in Kutch, after the earthquake, Tatas and Gerzi Indias got projects at 750 to 900 rupees a square foot. And I was requested by the government that why these costs are going very high. And I could see that there was something wrong with the structural calculations, and they were using very high quantities of steel. And that's why, and maybe for any other reasons, but then they were impressed while seeing these projects with such a low cost. To have intimate scale, to have space effectiveness and cost effectiveness, to use locally available material as far as possible, climate responsive, courtyard centric, and to achieve simplicity of form. Selecting appropriate structural grid and deriving studio modules to justify the spaces inside. Studios having capacity of 40 students were planned with large openings for light and ventilation from north and south. Explaining the concept of legendary architect to Charles Correa regarding the light value and the volumetric spaces when he visited our school along with Balkrishna Doshi and Anand. Feasibility of extension was also considered along with the structural modularity. Provision for expansion was made to accommodate 60 students with a lecture space. These are the floor plans, sections showing building site as per the terrain, a level difference of 3 meters from south to north. This is the evolution of design for School of Architecture.
Working desk for a student, clustering them with circulation in between. That is one structural module for students, repeating them further to form a studio space. Blocking east and west sides. Mass on both sides complementing voids in between, facing north and south overhangs with inverted beams to allow reflected diffused light. That's one studio space. A lecture space is intersected separately with the studio. That is an entire studio module for academic plan. Clustering further, it encloses a courtyard and a common gathering space. Site is contoured, so all the studios were at different levels along with the journey from the entrance axis itself. Heighted masses are placed on the southern side to shade the court and terraces. Common double-heighted foyer in between encloses a stair. Here also, west is completely blocked. Amphitheatre in courtyard also modulates the slope of the terrain. Every window has a designed landscape outside to experience. By removing columns from the front module, visual transparency in section is achieved from one end of the site through amphitheatre to another end. To achieve simplicity of the form, masses are completely unadulterated. Sunbreakers in south were added to cut down the harsh sunlight of the region. Detached service block at the end also has a gathering space with lots of trees, but it is also a sculptural element in itself as well. Bridges at different levels were created so that phase 1 and phase 2 looks homogeneous in nature. Exhibition studio and computer lab. A celebratory stair is introduced which interacts with the amphitheatre. The massing is scaled down further in front but also breaks the skyline with admin and faculty in the front and library at the back. Workshop and material labs having a different function is isolated from other masses. This was the second phase. That's the evolution of design at IPSA.
So these are the few images. I will go through fast because we are running probably out of time. An attempt to create transparency and continuity between open and built spaces was important for us, and strong linkage connecting the front and rear, respecting the terrain. If you see from front to rear, there is a transparency from open space to the space in between, and then the courtyard, and then again the studio, and then again the landscape area behind. Stair to library is also an element which visually interacts with amphitheatre and also respects the terrain. All these stairs were designed as per the terrain. Sunbreakers in this southern facade to avoid harsh light from south, respecting the climate condition of the region. And again, the external expression is transparent and unadulterated and responds to the climate function. The west sun is blocked with blank cavity walls. Opening responds to the internal functions and follow the grids. Thus, a language is created within itself as the function in plan and elevation to coexist. To create more interactive spaces and volumes, decided not to have formal passages, but instead to create movement spaces which can have multiple use, like central foyer between the studios, stairs which connects the floors physically and visually, but also respects the direction of the terrain. The passage parallel to amphitheatre is part of the amphitheatre area on the side, on one side, and also works as performing stage on other side. You can see Korea, Chaya, Doshi, and Raje at the back. canteen area. Canteen was designed by few of our students. Construction yard near canteen. This is NFSU at Gandhinagar. Earlier it was GFSU, Gujarat Forensic Science University. This was conceived by the Prime Minister. At that time he was Chief Minister of Gujarat, and it was his vision to have a university because Gujarat Forensic Lab was very well active at that point of time, and he said if there is a great demand, why not to have a university where we can produce more officers, and so he invited an international design competition where architects from India, US and UK participated. National Forensic Science University was conceived by the PM with an objective to fulfill the acute shortage of forensic experts against rising crime in the country. This was the model presented to him. Gandhinagar is the capital city of Gujarat, the place from where the entire state administration is ruled. It demands character of discipline and order in every manner. It is also a place of reflecting the image of the state through its planning and architecture. So that was the consideration before designing. Site is facing two roads, National Highway on one side and internal road leading to Mantralaya, that is Secretariat, surrounded by residential quarters of Air Force on south. It was deeply contoured and a very difficult site to work on. Very challenging but exciting also. From road level, contour slope was of 10 meters towards south and east. And you can see the human scale, and accordingly you can visualize how difficult the site was. The modular system providing various permutation combinations, generating varied yet simple language of architecture was worked out. Buildings were arranged on flat land as far as possible to create usable open spaces of various scale and size to avoid unnecessary cost, but it was also necessary to follow and respect the contours. Hence, buildings were designed accordingly as per different levels. And zoning was done, master plan was done, land on west side was leveled earlier at the time of making Air Force buildings on right, and hence the water channels inside the site were respected and taken care of. This is the aerial view of model showing parking, auditorium, administrative buildings, connecting corridors with different departments, bridges connecting with ballistic missile range, hostel, guest house, and a convocation lawn on the right. Section shows how the contours were addressed. This is the arrival plaza, ceremonial entrance leading to the admin above and leading to central spine and departments on left side. This is the arrival plaza, arrival foyer. Spaces and volumes are transparent and continuous. Double-heighted spine was created to connect all departments and activity areas to protect courtyards and other built areas from western harsh climate. A connection with auditorium. And this is the atrium inside the auditorium. It also has a lower auditorium below. And this gave me a nightmare. For 3 continuous months, we are under stress because the director said we want to have 2 theatres, one above the other, because of the scarcity of land. And hence, there was a lower auditorium with a very large span above, and the second auditorium was above with a capacity of about 800 people. And the structure was very complex, and the structural designer was the designer of who designed recently the Parliament House. He was the designer, and he was also nervous that what is going to happen, and then we took second and third opinion and ultimately went through. Curved wall as an element creating dynamics of light and shadows. It also connects with the ballistic missile range. Ballistic missile range is a subterranean utilizing the level between utilizing the level difference of site contours. This skylight provides an indirect light below in the shooting range. Rainwater harvesting was worked out as per the lowest contour, reflecting the building inside. And this is how different geometrical intersects all together. Hostel. Phase 2 happened very recently, which is International Training Center, and from across the world, government invites trainees from different countries, and trainings are given to various personnels. And they have done many MOUs with different countries. International Training Center and VVP Guest House with sports facilities. Adjacent piece of land was allotted. Site was really compact and highly contoured again, with 8 to 10 meters of slope in a length of 85 meters. Master plan, arrival plaza of the guest house and training center. These are the floor plans. Sections through badminton court, plaza and library above. Steps connecting phase 1 and phase 2 campuses again creates automatically an amphitheater. Section showing the internal volumes of sports complex. Section showing the internal volumes. Vertical circulation as part of larger spaces, complementing the transition and making it visually interactive. Internal volumes of corridors. Section through courtyard giving the transparency from courtyard to semi-open space and to landscape area beyond. Bridge connecting the academic areas and sports facilities. View from the highway, other views. Transparency through courtyard. The level on right is one floor above, and then it transcends below, goes towards the highway open space. Connecting the bridge, connecting the guest house with training center. Those who stay in training center has to have a bridge to be crossed to go to the training center. This is also a landscape element. Existing trees were accommodated as they were in connecting the bridge, and bridge also accommodated some interactive spaces for students to sit and enjoy the landscape around. Modulating level differences of site. This is VVIP guest house, the plan. This has 2 floors below from where the entry is, where the arrival plaza is. This is another engineering college, Daman. I hope I am not taking long time. This project is also a competition project. Daman is located on the western edge of India, surrounded by Gujarat on all sides. It has hot and humid climate. Temperature ranges from 11 to 37. Average rainfall is 1800 mm, and it was under Portuguese rule till 1961. Daman has particularly peculiar architecture style with many monumental buildings, including forts, churches, and other public buildings. Site condition, site plan, surrounded by creek on north and south and west. Master plan, I will move fast. Now the evolution of form.
Structural module, repeating it, translating it further, connecting them together and stacking the floors above. Vertical services and detached washrooms. Single department interlocked altogether, responding to the immediate creek with shared courtyards in between. Attached to a double height corridor. Sight lines, eventually diversifying the cluster, connected with entrance foyer in between. Amphitheatre helps to modulate the natural slope, enclosing it further, also scaling down the built masses. Staggered response towards creek. Visual and spatial continuity through central court towards entrance. Inviting entrance portal. With a large podium in the foreground. Seminar halls with separate entrances of departments in between. Scaling down the grain of departments and openings of the same further down. And breaking the skyline above. Common functions. Entrance responding to a huge banyan tree. That's the evolution of academic block.
In government, there are higher officers, chief engineers, everybody want some of their say to be implemented. This entrance was actually not designed by them with that purpose, but then they would want to do it the way they want, so it makes it difficult also sometimes. Sections. Entrance to campus treated as rotunda. The entire design was acknowledging the presence of majestic banyan tree. The entrance of the institution is placed in the axis of the tree. Arrival plaza. The wind coming from south and west, which is also the creek side, cools the interior spaces and the hot air rises from the courtyard, creating comfortable microclimate. Sloping terrain offers additional partial floor below, if you see the section. An amphitheater is designed as per the terrain, it happens on its own automatically. Staggering of masses. Natural materials which are durable and requires less maintenance were used. The purity of geometry of built form is tried. I have attempted to create massing through that. So this is the last project that I am going to show you. Rajkot, the capital city of Saurashtra at that point of time, Britishers, to please there were about 80 plus princely states in the region, and Britishers wanted to please the rulers of Saurashtra and created a race course for them. And that race course, the princely states, the rulers of the state used to come to play horse races. And a pavilion was created. That was a very interesting pavilion at the end of courtyard on one side. Photo shows the horse races taking place in the race course with people watching from the stand above the from the backside. And we used to have a bandstand in middle of the race course when the race is stopped later on, and police band used to play band, and people used to gather and they used to enjoy the music of police band. That was a good attraction. So considering these two, the pavilion sloping towards the race course and the police band, the gallery was planned. There is a junction, big master plan showing the dense and urban activities with busy roads, plants and section. And as I said before, I created an amphitheater kind of thing, looking towards the statue of Shivaji. This is the front arrival court. Composition of the pure geometrical forms, creating harmony. So, at last, to conclude, Louis Kahn reminded us that geometry is the source of order and the quiet force that allows silence to transform into form. It is the order behind material, behind light, and behind structure. It is the unseen discipline that binds these elements together. These are all my projects, the glimpses of my projects. In this sense, geometrical order becomes a metaphysical presence and a guiding intelligence. It shapes not only the contours of building, but also the deeper experience of them. When one listens closely, this order helps in crafting architecture that stands beyond trends and beyond time. This is another art gallery in university. When one listens closely, this order helps in crafting architecture that stands beyond trends and beyond time. Such works remain meaningful because they are rooted in the universal poetics of geometry. This is one of the another university in Surat that we have designed, which allows them to endure timelessness. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for insightful presentation showcasing culture, community, and interactive streetscapes. We have our speaker, Varna Shashidhar. Varna Shashidhar is a landscape architect with a regional landscape practice VSLA that focuses on the creation of contextual landscapes. Varna graduated with a Bachelor's of Architecture from RVCE and obtained a master's degree in landscape and architecture from Harvard University's Graduate School of Design. She has taught at GSD's Career Discovery Program and has worked with leading landscape practices MVVA INC and WRT prior to establishing VSLA in Bengaluru in 2013. Her interest lies in the intersection of the built and the natural world, in the ecology and aesthetics of the everyday South Asian landscapes. Her projects have included degraded and ecologically sensitive environments. Her projects include Bangalore International Center, Neve Academy, BYG Brewsky, Namma Park, a neighborhood park in Bengaluru. Varna is the founder of Design United, a platform for connection and collaboration for emerging designers from South Asia. I would request Varna ma'am to please come up on the stage. Let's hear it for Varna Shashidhar.
Namaste, dear students and architects from this rich cultural city of Kolhapur. It's a privilege to be here alongside inspirational architects Kishor Trivedi ji, Girish Doshi sir, Milinda Pathiraja, and my dear group of friends from Maharashtra, Pallavi, Pankaj, Pooja, and their classmates, the current generation of architects shaping the work in this region. I commend Pallavi and Pankaj and their classmates for creating this wonderful platform for friendship and memory to commemorate their friend Dhruba Baruah, and thank you for inviting me here today to share my work and thoughts. I've been lucky to hear about their deep love for the city and to witness it today in small glimpses. What a special city this has been through the lovely heritage walk and discussion this morning. I'd like to structure my lecture into collaborative efforts, my background and approach to landscapes, and the landscapes that I've been working on. I think landscape happens to be an extremely collaborative profession, and I think it's really important to think of design not in silos but something interconnected. Design United is a platform that was created for connection and collaboration and opportunities for emerging architects and students of design from across South Asia. It was founded during the pandemic, March 2020, during this moment of intense lockdown and quarantine measures that the region was facing, as well as the world. So Design United became a symbol of connection and of hope during this time. And what started out to be an online platform is now a platform that engages in more meaningful ways, even offline.
In a socially distanced world, Design United is an optimistic digital platform for collaborative design and connection.
It's not playing the video. Is there a way?
In a socially distanced world, Design United In a socially distanced world, Design United is an optimistic digital platform for collaborative design and connection.
It's not loud.
Design United was created in March 20.
Is there a way we can increase volume?
In a socially distanced world, Design In a a socially distanced world, design your In a socially distanced world, Design United is an optimistic digital platform for collaborative design and connection. Design United was created in March 2020 during a period of intense lockdown and quarantine measures within the region. The aim behind Design United was to create an optimistic space for regional dialogue, connections, collaborations, and opportunities for young regional designers and design practices. A much needed network of support and peer mentorship during these uncertain times. Talented young designers and design studios working on design innovation with an approach that is relevant to our South Asian region have been invited to be a part of the platform. We also encourage design students from the region to share their work, be involved in the dialogue, and to be an active part of Design United. Design United, most of all, believes in creating a community of designers and design knowledge that is largely contextual, with focus on contributing to the environment and our community. Design United believes greatly in a spirit of collaboration and idea exchange.
So we've had over 55 design dialogues, a conference titled Small Measures, Great Impact. We've had about 10 mentorship sessions. We've had in-progress sessions. We've also had, like I said, one conference. And since we've started our in-person sessions, we've had our first workshop, and we were very happy to say that 3 of the 4 architecture studios were from Maharashtra. Pooja, Pankaj, and Yatindra were a part of this, and Pallavi. So the idea behind Design United is to reach third-tier, second-tier towns, smaller towns and cities across South Asia. So Design United aims to bridge the gap that exists between academia and practice with the crucial ideas of building friendship and collaboration and working together to solve issues relevant to our region, promoting talent and design here and looking at South Asia as a point of reference rather than the West. So these are some of the conversations we've had in the past conferences, and we seek to highlight projects relevant to the region, products relevant to the region, showcase culture, showcase design legacies of designers belonging to the region, often unknown legacies. Reading is also a critical part of what we try to do with Design United, inviting makers and authors of books to be a part. Also, this idea of reading and sharing book recommendations. And more recently, a podcast titled Building Practice, discussing issues of practice in South Asia. And like I said, our very first workshop, we were privileged to have 3 architecture studios from Maharashtra. And it was about designing with and for communities. About 10 years ago, I had the privilege of being a part of creating a small studio home by a marsh for Palinda Kanangara architects. This small space has continued to gain visitors. Several important architects and creatives from around the world who we were very fortunate to interact with. We also welcomed students from all over the world and visitors, because we believed that only if you can see and experience can you create. So with this experience, Right after the pandemic, this idea for a project called Soul Studio in Rajagiriya emerged. It was done in collaboration with Palanda Kannangara, and the idea behind this was this roughly 4,000 square feet of land, about 15 perches, in a landlocked parcel close to Rajagiriya, a suburb of Colombo, and about 10 minutes from studio dwelling, became a space where we envisioned it to be a creative studio, a gallery space, a workshop, and a residency for the community, along with a music room and a roof terrace for growing edibles. This project grew out of constraints and limitations with the extremely volatile political scenario during that period, economic depression in Sri Lanka during that time, soaring prices for even basics such as food. So the post-pandemic dismay was palpable in the region, and construction activities had just but stopped. So we were looking at this 15-perch land to actually become a space that could really contribute to the greater community and could act as a cultural connect. It was also a space where we envisaged people who were visiting studio dwelling, these remarkable creatives from around the world, to actually share their experiences and to really contribute to the community, the local community. So the upper rooftop garden became a space for growing edibles, mostly the project comprised of really keeping most of the garden intact. It comprised of a large jack tree that existed that was retained, and all of the side trees were retained. And the idea was to build minimally and to utilize the lower space, this pavilion, to really create a space which would act as a workshop and a gallery space. It also has a pond which is designed more, and a pool which is designed more like a kalyani. And for it to actually, open up to smaller gatherings, performances. And over time, it started with the first event last year around this time, with Shao Architects sharing their work as a part of the Stopover series. And since then, I'm so happy to say that it's become a venue for a series of informal events to take part in there, including Columboscope, musical performances, and events. It's also hosted young designers from around South Asia. These are images of UI Make, a young couple of architects who live in Mumbai, who spent some time in the residency at Soul Studio. The upper level music room is a space where there are musical performances, there are also cultural performances, artistic performances that has happened over time. So with this very important aspect of really looking at design in a context that is connected to community, connected to other designers, being very, very relevant to the South Asian region, I would really like to take you through my journey into landscape, my approach to landscape architecture. So while the West has traditionally approached landscape design through unfolding views, panoramic vistas, and placed a distance between the user and the surrounding, the traditional landscapes in India and South Asia have been those of personal engagement, participation, and deep immersion. A rich traditional and cultural belief system in India makes it possible to experience the extraordinary even in the everyday ordinary, divinity in trees and stones. The experience and perception of the Indian cultural landscapes requires the use of all our senses, often approached from reading the terrain through the soles of the feet, especially of barefoot pilgrims journeying across sensationally composed landscapes on paths of pilgrimages. or simply even the act of plastering earthen walls of village homes with mud plaster or dung, are utilitarian acts of both craft and beauty. The spirit of the place and its people were always embodied in these landscapes that needed to be perceived by the chitta, human consciousness. Landscapes evoked a range of emotions. These landscapes were performative and resilient, that reflected a deep reverence for the environment that included humans in a symbiotic relationship with the greater ecological system comprising of the land, flora, and fauna. A great value was attached to the preservation of biospheres through sacred groves, protected forests, and protecting watersheds. These places then became spiritual refuges for people and sanctuaries for biodiversity. These landscapes of the past are timeless, and yet built into them a framework for time and change. We seek to embrace and celebrate the spirit of the place and time in our work, where each of our project is a layered reading of sight, and each landscape is a sensory experience and not just a two-dimensional image. So we seek to create a value system-based approach towards designing of landscapes that links the emotional and spiritual with the metric. We believe that a great potential exists in integrating knowledge from the historic past, design sensibility, and aesthetics into a contemporary language of design landscapes to meet the challenges and needs of today and the future. So my journey actually into landscape began with this beautiful internship I had being the veranda assistant of architect Anjalendran C. as a student of architecture several years ago. I was always interested in an architecture that was about the generous reciprocity of the built with the landscape. This took me to intern with architect Anjalendran C. and therefore really explore a symbiotic way of architecture with lifestyles, with the process of making and living. So my internship in this beautiful veranda studio of Anjalendran also introduced me into philosophy, literature, history, archaeology, actually visiting cultural landscapes in Sri Lanka, learning about music from my own country, as he's greatly immersed in it, performances, films, and of course seeing the works of several brilliant architects in Sri Lanka, including the works of Geoffrey Bawa. So this was a tremendously influential period for me, and this is when I perhaps discovered a fondness for landscape. And post my internship in Sri Lanka, I had this wonderful opportunity to study at the Graduate School of Design at Harvard. And what was really influential for me was this amazing exposure to scientists, to ecologists, to learning, which was very immersive. It was scientific learning because till then I had been mostly exposed to design-oriented learning. But at the GST, sort of having this very interdisciplinary approach, not only to design, but to have experts who were scientists and ecologists was hugely transformative, as was this opportunity to really learn from cutting-edge designers. So these were some of the classes that we had in this pine-barren environment, working together with small groups of classmates to really experience a landscape that I was totally unfamiliar with. And then when I came back to India after working for about 4 years, mostly in practices, working on wonderful public projects across America, I contemplated on the kind of practice that I wanted to establish. Once again, going back to the way I started practice as a veranda assistant in Anjalendran's studio, my practice is very small once again, and this is how we work. It started in a small studio a small garage in Jayanagar in Bangalore. It continues to remain extremely small. I work with 2 or 3 people. Sometimes the team grows larger during summer internships and during other internship periods where we have interns join us. But relatively, the studio team remains about 4. Here's a small overview into the kind of landscapes that I've had an opportunity to work on in the past 10 years that I've been in practice. The idea has always been to embrace a more systemic ecological approach to creation of landscape, irrespective of scale. And so, the idea has been to not just work on residential projects and gardens, which we do work on, and those become test beds of ideas that we'd like to utilize in larger projects and more complex projects, including institutional work. But the goal always remains to work on more public projects. So this is how most of our projects start. With these wonderful field trips that we take, taking us to different parts of the subcontinent. We also collaborate with some wonderful studios across the subcontinent. This is a project where we're collaborating with RMA for a memorial landscape in Udaigiri in Andhra Pradesh. And, these were observations and these were site studies. Oftentimes, it's site studies that begin in our own city. So this is Bengaluru, and observing the geological landscape, but also the vegetation that exists. And I'll quickly take you more as an overview into my initial projects and the range of projects, and then I'll bring you back in terms of the process that I follow when it comes to designing landscapes. And I'll dwell mostly on one project which is in progress and 2 projects that have been completed. So I obtained my first project through a competition that I took part in Bangalore. And simultaneously, I was working on this project with architect Palinda in Sri Lanka. This project is actually a family retreat for a Buddhist philosopher who had lived in central Colombo most of his life. He'd spent his time working in finance, although his studies was in philosophy. So he bought a plot of land with an existing home in the suburb of Malabar by a paddy fields. This is a 5,000 square feet land home. And what was amazing about this particular project was the fact that it had these brilliant canopy trees, native canopy trees like the Ceylon olive, Eliocarpus serratus. And the primary aspect of this project that Palinda adopted was to really create a series of verandas and open spaces that would connect the residents to the paddy beyond. And what I intended to do was to really provide the residents with the experience of observing the canopies, living amidst these canopies, and also having an experience of the paddy no matter where they were. So the project really worked with the terrain, and as you can see, the paddy field is at the lower level. And what we intended to do was to really create an edge, a habitable edge, a space where the family comes out to and experiences the paddy landscape by utilizing this, built edge. So, we embraced the existing trees and sort of created these moments, these distinct courtyards and smaller garden spaces around what was existing. And primarily, the idea was to create a veranda with the view beyond, with the borrowed landscape. So most of the spaces open out into the trees. What was also inserted in terms of new planting remains fairly indistinguishable from what exists. And there was a really narrow courtyard with where the philosopher's study opened up into. literally a 6-foot wide courtyard with an 18 feet high wall. So this wall was converted with a series of pteridophytes to actually become this green wall that attracts a lot of butterfly species and small bird species. And this is a space where the philosopher spends most of his time sort of writing and reading. He's already written 2 books since moving into this house on philosophy. And, this is a space where you're in very close contact with the environment, despite being in a very, very tiny, narrow courtyard, away from the views. So the home was mostly about experiencing what existed. So another residential project that I had an opportunity to be a part of in Sri Lanka was Artist Retreat. This is a project located very close to a very busy southern expressway and paddy fields. It is built for an artist couple called J.C. Ratnayaka and his wife and their family. So they had spent several years trying to save money to create a gallery and home and a studio space. And the land pretty much sloped to the paddy and really did not have very many distinctive features, nor did it have any trees on site, as you can see. So what Palanda chose to do was to really create a home where the entire lower level opens up into these internal courtyard spaces. And so we kept the existing levels, worked with the existing levels, and as you can see, the entire lower level is largely, the feeling of working in gardens. The artist had grown up in this ruined city of Polnaruwa. It's one of the ancient cities in central Sri Lanka. So he wanted to live and work amidst this feeling of living in ruins, and also work within gardens. So Palanda saved money by really not having any doors and windows at the lower level. So largely we worked with the terrain. So there is this sloping land, and then it opens out to a larger studio space, and you step down into the lower level paddies. So the architecture was really about creating this porosity, saving on cost, also really keeping the expression very raw, once again to save on cost. And the landscape sort of borrowed from this paddy edge, or what is called Gavatta landscape. So it's it's taros and colocaceas and this very rich vegetation that sort of transitions between the edge of the paddy and the larger paddy landscape. So, the entire home sort of opens up into these very, very lush garden spaces. And, no matter where you are, you're connected to the paddy fields. So the home comprised of a series of pavilions that opened out into the gardens. And so the landscape just acts as this backdrop to the life that the artists lead. There are moments where it's just paved, where they gather, they have friends who come over, and they have dialogues and meetings. And at the lowermost level is their studio. So the studio overlooks this sort of landscape, the stepped landscape, and a higher garden on one side. And along the other side, it's the sloped garden. So, this is how the space was while it was being built. And this is a view of JC's studio and what he overlooks. So the studio is sort of connected to the paddy on one side and the private garden on the other. And the idea was to make it indistinguishable. At the upper level is this rooftop pond that sort of is their private space where they spend a lot of time. And so also it was about creating these microclimatic moments and to provide moments of refuge in this fairly, suburban environment. So this other project, this is just overviews of some of the projects that I've worked on. This is a beautiful monastic landscape in Sri Lanka. It's a dark water pond called Kaludiya Pokuna. It's a monastic landscape. And like the monastic landscapes we have in India, this is once again about occupying the edge in a very gentle way. It's also about an architecture which is mostly about creating platforms and moments of pause and rest and refuge. And sort of these would be along these watersheds which became sanctuaries and preserves that I was talking about. So this notion of how do you occupy edge, how do you make these spaces sort of indistinguishable from this larger ecological landscape became a point of reference for me when I was working with Palinda on really creating this ecological resort from what was once an open prison in Malkabana in down south in Sri Lanka. So this was a space that was once an open prison, but it overlooks a beautiful lagoon, which is an ecologically very sensitive site. And it's a 4-acre land. And, basically Palinda looked at sort of inserting these dwelling units in a very almost hovering above the land. And I was really looking at how can we preserve the lagoon and how can we create this moment where even the birds get confused, they still continue to think they are within this lagoon environment. So we've worked on this from 2014 to 2020, and as you can see, the fishermen continue to fish around here. You really don't know what has been added, what has been inserted, and how the buildings sort of occupy the edge. So these are more moments which I think you can relate to. These are very small, modest 2,400 square feet plots, heart of Bengaluru, and this is a residential landscape that we looked at for a multi-generational family. It's just a small piece of land, and the only available piece of land was on the rooftop. And so the idea was to really create this rooftop garden almost as an edible and a forage space which provided you with, your everyday herbs as well as flowers for the puja, but also, as you can see, this is the condition it was in. It's surrounded by high rises, but to also maximize the way that family sort of occupied this space, whether it's doing yoga, whether it's spending time in the evenings, along with, sort of spending time in the evening over here. So, and the roof depth was just about, the soil depth was just about 10 inches. Also, homes within Colombo, which really looks at the idea of how do you create spaces where at some moments it becomes occupiable when you have larger gatherings, but there are other moments where it just becomes a pond. So just moments of refuge for a family in an urban environment. So this is a retreat space in Goa, Para. Where I think it was an interesting project because it's an old home, a 100-year-old home, which was in a total state of disrepair, and this project was in collaboration with Studio Praya. And the old house underwent a series of modifications, and with the landscape, what I was trying to do was to take cues from the rich lateritic landscape of Goa and also its location within Western Ghats to really reuse the existing laterite from site, to reuse it, like whatever we demolished within the building process, to reuse it in sort of paving and creating the landscape, and to really bring about a plant palette which is very reflective of the Western Ghats. So even the front sort of comprised of a tapestry garden. This blocks like a busy road, but what you see is mostly like a pollinator garden, which provides microhabitat for pollinators, including butterflies and dragonflies and other pollinators. This is an urban foodscape, sort of a small Andhra food restaurant in Hyderabad, where the amount of space available was really small, but we were really looking at the idea of how do you really create and connect people to food. We studied Andhra cuisine, and we were really looking at ignored wild plants and indigenous greens in sort of creating a landscape which is totally edible. So what you see, you can harvest and sort of use. So that's what we were trying to do. And so food and food culture became almost a space of creating identity for the project. So what you see is all of these linear culinary gardens. And then another small project in Bangalore with Palanda. This is largely about this family home in Bengaluru. And the idea here was to really look at living traditions, to really look at the ways in which this family lives, and sort of really create a very paved central courtyard, which is very reflective of the granitic landscape, but it's also a space that the family, which has two girls, sort of spend their time climbing trees, with their grandmother drying chilies in the yard, but also the back garden, which becomes a small Aushadhi Vana, which has several herbals which the family uses for, their daily medicinals for the children to treat them. I'm now going to take you through how we look at landscapes and what's the process of really studying a landscape, and how do we come up with designing a landscape. So this is an ongoing project. We're collaborating with Anand Sonecha from C-Lab and his wife Mariana, who's an urban designer. And it's a wonderful site in the heart of Madhya Pradesh in Khathiwada. It is a 20-acre parcel of land, and what was once a hunting lodge, a mahal and a hunting lodge for the royal family of Khathiwada, is now being converted into almost a healing landscape and a retreat space for the family and the guests that they choose to have. So this is how our studies normally happen. So we get into great depths about really understanding the topography, the entire, I think landscape provides you with this tremendous experience of experiencing each of these places, and we're very lucky to be visiting different parts of the subcontinent with the projects we receive. And so our studies tend to be very intense. We go to site and spend a lot of time in site, but also we have our own studies, including series of GIS studies and other related studies. So in this case, I knew nothing about Madhya Pradesh or Khathiwada, so our initial studies dealt with sort of understanding the terrain, the physiography of Madhya Pradesh. And what was really beautiful and important was that Madhya Pradesh probably is a space for the largest number of rivers in India. And what influenced this whole landscape was this beautiful Narmada Son Valley, which was a rift landscape. So we were studying the Narmada. We really looked at understanding the valley. We looked at what this valley and this basin means, and what are the watersheds. We were looking at the geology of Madhya Pradesh in our studies. We sort of understood why this became a very important point for the continental drift. The rock systems and the rock formations. We were looking at how this is, one of the richly, I think, extremely eco-diverse forest areas within India. So the soil cover of Madhya Pradesh. And hydrogeological studies. We started with Madhya Pradesh. We looked at different things like protected areas. And what was really very important to us was to really study sacred groves. And we were really looking at how this mahal or this hunting lodge, with the axe that existed before, and then the Forestry and the Wildlife Preservation Act coming in, this whole change in meaning from this hunting ground to a healing landscape. And that's what we wanted to emphasize in the concept and whatever we did. So our studies involved studying the flora fauna of the region. Then we got into the district of Alirajpur, closer to where we were, and really studying the lake systems and the wetlands around our site. So these are some of the drawings that we've generated based on our studies. And then what was beautiful about our site is the indigenous people who live and inhabit our site, the Beals. So, and their understanding of water conservation through this practice of halma or watershed preservation, and the creativity with which they are blessed. These are the beautiful drawings that the Beals do. And this started influencing, we started examining their relationship with the indigenous landscape, but also their creativity and the way of expressing their landscape. And this led to our ideas of how we wanted to represent the landscape, inspired by the way they saw the landscape. So there were several community conserved areas around our site. And then we were specifically, so this is our site, the one with the cross. And we were studying sacred groves very close to our site, the Dungri Mata Grove as a test site. And this is the flora, you know, like this rich species of ethnomedicinal plants that exists and that the Beals know about, but also beautiful orchid species and other species. And then this beautiful relationship that the Beals have, there's so much to learn from them. You know, this interdependency that they have on the forest and the land, and you know, the idea of worshipping nature and this, you know, in connection that they have with the forest, and that's what we were observing and understanding. And that's our client, and this is this beautiful Beel temple close to our site. So this is the sort of landscape language that we generated in terms of how we wanted to represent, and these were all the studies of the indigenous species that we did and started representing them. And then our documentation of the Beel temples, and mixed with our site observations. And what was really important to our site was the fact that it was close to the Orsang River, a seasonal tributary. And then really understanding how the river and the tributaries affect design and our site. So these were some of our mappings and diagrammings of the land and everything that influenced our design. And then we were also studying sort of the various transitions through the years and the different zones within our zone. And then leading to the whole design. So the design included sort of architecturally included sort of restoring the mahal, but there was also insertion of several residency spaces and you know, a new home and an office. So our landscape master plan really looked at connecting the mountains, the mountain ranges from the north-south and the mountains to the river, and we were looking at these transitionary areas, you know, the central area, which was really a strange landscape, almost a colonial landscape that went along with the colonial architecture that existed. But then we were looking at the larger landscape and really what could we create with this, and we were looking at the idea of creating these sacred groves and moments of pause within the sacred groves. But also along with this, we had series of ways in which we wanted to experience water, harvest water, where we had moments where it would become seasonal ponds, catchment spaces, healing gardens, and you know, various terraces. So developing the design further and really looking at individual areas. So that project is ongoing, as is this particular project, where it's this interesting project of 3 schools within Rajasthan. There are 3 desert schools where I've been collaborating with renowned environmentalist Pradeep Kishan and Flying Elephant Studio on this project. So these were schools within the desert of Rajasthan in Tonk, Bamer and Sirohi. I'm going to be focusing on the school at Tonk to take you through the design process. Basically, this school is a K-12 school, but also a district institute for some of the most underprivileged children in the region. There is also a great degree of gender disparity here, where girls are not sent to school very much. And the idea was to really look at the topography of site. It's a 7-acre plot of land, and we were really looking at the idea of this rich materiality that exists around Tonk, being very close to Jaipur. Also looking at landscape strategies which are eco-revelatory, so that the children experience these different moments within the landscape. And the idea of preservation of water through stormwater management, to really look at grey water being exposed in terms of gardens, to really look at creating a rich ecological network within this whole master plan, which will enable the children to experience the kind of landscape that is around them, to appreciate the kind of landscape that's around them. So the design greatly really looks at the built space and sort of interaction with the built space as people would if they were traveling through streets of Jaipur. It would mostly be through smaller streets and smaller courtyards, but within there is a cosmological playscape that has been created that connects to the Aravalli range, harnessing the sort of cosmological connection of Jantar Mantar from Jaipur, and really looking at Maidan and open spaces, meadows that occur, along this longer plain, ending in a very, very rich, wet, wild meadow, and ending in these smaller earthen buildings that have been retained on site to actually act as nurseries. The entire edge sort of forms this water harvesting landscape, ponds and meadows, and it also becomes a very valuable chinkara habitat. So this was the site, and we were really examining the landscape types of the desert, the roi planting, the saneo, which are all native plants. The idea was to really create a landscape that would be resilient, which would require no watering, which would largely be grown by the children and the faculty. So pretty much this is how the design process starts, through sketches, sort of translating as it develops along further, becomes a more organized sort of plan, and sort of drawing these ideas that the children are used to. So walking through these beautiful unpaved networks amidst paddy fields, these were the experiences that I wanted the children to have while walking into this landscape. Also, we were looking greatly at the idea of walls and idea of walking walls and these bungas that existed, and this wall network that already existed. Also, artists like Richard Long, who was very inspired by sort of this wall network and sort of drawing inspiration from that to create these walking walls, and really creating this kind of Maidan landscape and common landscape and wildflower meadows, and really looking at this very rich species of annual and perennial grasses that would attract great biodiversity. And this is the kind of planting. And really looking at ways in which the children could engage with the landscape through bird blinds and bioswales. And these were some reference images of the playground, sort of really creating this cosmological landscape within. Ideas of learning circles and spaces within the landscape to learn from. Wetlands, and sort of this is the overall aerial view. So all the water collects, it becomes more a stormwater wetland. There are nurseries, and we want the children to sort of be aware of the desert planting, including desert edibles, and to really create a very rich habitat. So I'd like to end with two landscapes, built landscapes. So the first one is a ruinscape. So this is a very complex project. It was built in 2018, and my collaborators were architects Soumitra Ghosh. And so what it was it's a 1 acre plot of land, and in a very, very dense urban environment in Hennur. And it was then slated to be the largest microbrewery in India. But by large, what I meant is the series of complexities of brewing equipment that existed on site. So, so there was, it was large in terms of the footfalls it would have, and primarily architects Soumitra Ghosh had sort of really created what was almost like a ruinscape, almost a ruin. And really I was looking at how landscape could add an additional layer. So while the building disintegrated, I was reading Rolf Benny's Pleasure of Ruins, really looking at the idea of, as the architecture disintegrated, can landscape thrive? Can landscape add an additional dimension? Can things come alive? So as something deteriorates, can something else flourish? But the challenges were that this is the condition that I received the project in. It was largely completely concretized. There was a large water body with rapid flowing water in the center. Hardly any trees. There were 4 trees. All those trees were retained. But apart from that, there was minimal or no access to earth at all. And so how do you create this sense of being in a garden or an oasis in a very harsh, concretized environment like this? Everything beneath. So as you can see, everything beneath had brewing equipment, pipes, and there was no access to ground. And so this is what it was. And the architecture almost had a mythical character of almost an abandoned structure. And so, from this emerged the idea of, the ruins. So the overall idea was to really look at, various ways in which this landscape, which adds to this idea of decay and abandonment, takes over this built, which is largely pavilions. So the landscape has been planned as successional landscape that over time has a richer species mix that will encourage biodiversity. So the main area comprises of the central water garden with massive water-related infrastructure. It holds massive volumes of water that flow at a high speed. So apart from that, I was looking at really creating an edge landscape and buffers and medicinal and edible gardens. And I was really looking at even surfaces. How can I create this idea of this environment, this garden, even through vegetated surfaces? So these were the various zones of planting. So largely, looking at the various zones. And then really looking at creating this planting strategy where, it would be divided into an aquatic zone, it would be divided into vegetated edges, as well as surface and crevice planting. Because the largest opportunity that I obtained was through the aquatics. Even the aquatic garden had been looked at in terms of emergent aquatics, submerged aquatics, and, aquatics that sort of worked within various conditions. Most of the planting has been really looked at, has been obtained from within 50 kilometers. They're all native or adapted planting, and most of these are edibles and medicinals. So as you can see, this is the kind of condition it was when we planted, and you can see the amount or the minimal amount of space available for planting. So the idea of how do these stone ledges and spaces to hold water, can they actually become impregnated with planting, and then sort of really translating this into this vision of, aquatic plants and creating moments like this. So most of these plants are medicinals and native plants. And so this creates its own microecology with, dragonflies and other insects that come in. So the idea was to create a more biodiverse planting scheme, several native plants, and to create seasonal interest and change, and to encourage local nurseries, and basically to really bring about this idea of sights, sounds, fragrances, and color. But also it had to be very hardy because there are 2,000 people occupying this at certain times. So this is the transformation. So I'd like to end with this large project, which is a performative public landscape. This is a project located in Bangalore. It's a wonderful democratic institution that is free and public for people to use and access. It's located in the center of Bengaluru in Domlur. It's called Banglore International Center. It's a project that I worked in collaboration with 100 Hands, Bijoy Ramachandran and Sunita. So BIC is a remediation landscape. It's a very tight site, 1 acre, and it's by a very highly polluted nala. So this is where the nala is, and this is site. There was very, very high programmatic built requirements, almost like a large auditorium where several public events happen. There are also multiple, lecture halls and a cafe space. So the amount of open space that was left for landscape was minimal. And the idea here was to really look at this 20 feet zone, which is like a buffer zone along the Nala, and to really look at the front, which is more a linear garden, and to really look at the front to almost encourage the people from the neighborhood to really come utilize this space, but also as a pause point for people when they attend performances that happen on a regular basis. Basically, this zone towards the southwest actually becomes a biological pond, and it sort of channelizes cooler breezes within the building. So this is the internal sort of biological pond area. So the externally, what happens is, externally this linear landscape is very limited in width. So the amount of greenery was almost 1.5 meters. So what I have done is sort of divided it into two landscapes. One closer to the building, which is more a whimsical sort of landscape and a series of pollinator gardens, and an external landscape which embraces the existing street trees beyond, but also has little moments of respite with benches beyond this. And it connects to the peripheral street trees. The second zone is from within the building, where the occupants find a connection with two natures, this biological pond and this public park, this derelict public park that exists. And it's a space to wait and to pause. And then the landscape towards the rear, which is mostly a permeable greenway and a rain garden. So this is the lobby space where a lot of exhibitions happen. And as you can see, there was very limited space, almost 1 foot depth. So this, instead of a step out, has been converted into a biological pond. This also prevents people from observing movement into the basement and connects with the larger landscape. So, and the front is this linear garden which has been divided into two landscapes, a pollinator garden in the front and another garden that sort of connects with the street trees. So this is what you observe. And towards the rear, what was most important and crucial about this project was all of the soils were deeply degraded. So the idea was to really look at rejuvenating and remediating the soil. So this is the condition in which the entire, buffer space that faced the Nala was. The Nala is highly polluted, and there is constant flotsam and smells during summer especially. So this space has been converted into a permeable linear rain garden. So the landscape looked at creating a functioning urban ecosystem from a degraded space that now attracts a series of urban mammals and birds for it to be a multisensorial urban wilderness, an escape from urbanity while being within the heart of the city. The space is largely a rain garden with a meandering walkway. And the stones that have been used is local dry-laid chapadi. It used to be fencing posts. So this is the condition it was in. And so this is the condition it is now designed to be. So the overall planting density is very high to increase infiltration. The planting is diverse. The plant species are able to take urban stresses. They require minimal maintenance. And, it creates textural and textural manifestation as well as seasonal color. It also infiltrates the water. The water infiltrates, cleanses, and then reaches the gravel and then the soils below. So most of these plants are native or adapted species. Very, very common plants like tulsi and mint and so on. So the idea is it's actually become a space that gives you a feeling of creating an expansive garden, even in a limited space. It creates biodiversity and acts as an escape from the city. So I'd like to end by saying we do not seek to create large, obvious design gestures, but nuanced expressions of the place that will attempt to encapsulate the hidden, the ephemeral, where to the user, the designer's hand in the creation is imperceptible, but only the memory of the space will remain. So as a practice, we love to embrace challenges, ecologically sensitive sites, compact urban sites, degraded soils, polluted water, extreme temperatures, and limited resources. We feel we really would like to play a part in creating a language of contemporary landscape design in India and South Asia, moving towards one that is more expressive of the uniqueness of our culture and identity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Varna ma'am, for a coherent presentation. It felt like we are walking in nature, sitting in this air-conditioned block. Now, heading forward, we are going to have break for high tea. We'll come back in 20 minutes. Also, the book by Kishor Trivedi sir is available for purchase in the corridor. So anybody wants to purchase can find the book there. Thank you. Pathiraj is a co-founder of Robust Architecture Workshop based in Colombo, Sri Lanka. He is also a visiting professor at the FAR lab of the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, EPFL, in Lausanne, Switzerland, a senior lecturer in the Department of Architecture at the University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka, and an honorary senior fellow at the Faculty of Architecture, Building and Planning at the University of Melbourne. For his PhD research at the University of Melbourne, Milinda received the REBA President's Award, the CIOB Australasia Excellent Building Postgraduate Research Award in 2011, and the University of Melbourne Chancellor's Prize for Excellence in 2012. In 2016, Milinda was selected as one of 88 world architects showcased in the international section of the 15th Architecture Biennale held in Venice, Italy. He was also nominated for the Swiss Architectural Award in 2020 and 2024. His architecture firm RAW won the Global Lafarge Holcim Awards Silver Prize in 2015, the Regional Bronze Prize for Asia Pacific in 2014, and the Lafarge Holcim Building Better Recognition Award in 2017. RAW also received the Terra Award for Earthen Constructions in 2016 and the International Chapter Award for the Residential Architecture from the Australian Institute for Architects in 2018. RAW's work has been published internationally, including in Casabella, Italy, the Architectural Review UK, A+U Japan, AA Australia, L'Architecture d'aujourd'hui France, World Architecture China, and Future Arc Singapore. Let's put our hands together for architect Milinda Pathiraja. I request sir to please come up on the stage.
Hello everyone. First of all, thank you for inviting me to this what seems to be quite an interesting series of discussions that you have been holding for the last 5 years, and I'm touched and inspired by the way that you continue to remember the memory of your friend. As you all know, I'm from Sri Lanka. I practice there, and if I have to summarize Sri Lanka in one sentence, I would say that it's a place of extremes. We have a beautiful natural landscape of lush mountains and green valleys, but the landscape is increasingly threatened by forces of urbanization and population increase. Most of our small towns are increasingly transforming into congested urban corridors proliferated by mostly substandard buildings made out of concrete, glass, and alucobond, and most of these buildings do not really work. We have a history of civilization that runs up to 2,500 years, which produced this kind of brick-cladded stupas and wood-carved temples, but that history has always been interrupted by internal conflicts, like civil wars and climate disasters and so on. So in 2009, we just came out of a 35-year civil war. Civil war is no longer there, but the problems are because problems were political. We have an urban building fabric which is growing vertically, responding to the needs of the urban rich and multinational companies. But right below the shadows of that are the constructions and settlements of the urban poor. Similarly, if you look at the construction industry, there is a fragmentation in terms of formal and informal sectors. More than 80% of the construction workforce is informally trained and informally organized. So we have a serious problem related to the skills of the industry, but much larger problem related to the lack of skill building opportunities. And there are seemingly a reciprocal connection between poor quality of workers and the poor quality of buildings that are mushrooming in the island. And if you look at the whole social spectrum of building activities that are happening in that part of the world, the relationship between product supply and product demand varies highly in social efficiency. Institutional and professional response to population increase and urbanization have largely ignored the spatial needs of the poor and allowed the proliferation of informal settlements as a kind of a social pressure releasing mechanism. Social housing, which was traditionally seen as the government's responsibility, has not risen up to the challenge. Market-based commercial development, on the other hand, is highly supported by governments through tax cuts, zoning, and so on. And architectural design on its parts is highly restricted to few individual buildings, often identified by hypertonnage and top-end tourism. So this is essentially what has happened in the construction industries in that part of the world, where the building activity is seemingly compartmentalized into different pockets of production, with little or no reciprocal connection between knowledge dissemination and professional input. And this has become specifically difficult for all those construction workers who are starting from the bottom of the ladder to move across markets, learn from others, and develop socially as well as technologically. And architects on their part tend to define the niche markets which they practice. So there seems to be kind of technological barriers which prevents both the workers as well as architects traveling across markets and intervening in building interventions of different spatial and social attributes. But if there are technological barriers which prevents cross-market traveling of architects and workers, then there needs to be technological bridges in the terms of skill building opportunities and in terms of defining language and approaches that allows ones to travel across. And part of our work in Sri Lanka looks at whether we can use real building activities as training grounds for skill development. But the critical argument there is that if you use real buildings as training opportunities, then the building systems that you design should have plenty of tolerance and latitude for errors, that they should be inherently robust as opposed to being sensitive and precise. So this is the the argument that I'm going to present to you today through some works that we have done in Sri Lanka over the last 10 years. But before that, I have to, sometimes when I present our work, especially related to the labor skills and so on, that it comes across as a very noble, selfless act. It is not the case. There's certainly a socio-political interest here because I'm also an academic and a researcher. I'm concerned about different forms of alienation, alienation of architecture with the society, but alienation of workers with the society as well as with the work. So that aspect is there, but there's also a self-interest because I'm an architect and I want to try to do good work. And if I don't have resources to produce that work, then I have to create resources by myself. So this is the kind of the discussion that I want to continue for the next 35, 40 minutes. And some of the projects I will explain in detail, and the others I will just mention, just to build up and support the argument. The first project that I want to share you is one of the early projects that we try to explore these ideas in Sri Lanka. It's a community library that we built at the end of the Civil War for a local regiment of army soldiers, for the use of the soldiers as well as for the community. And we use soldiers as the workforce during the construction phase for two reasons. One is that at the end of the war, we had this large workforce of military people who almost didn't have much to do. Number two is that there was also the need to demilitarize the army. And one way of doing that is to retrain them in alternative skills. So in terms of the building, one of the first things that we saw when we visited the site was that the army had been building a playground nearby, so there was plenty of residual earth, and then army had the labor force. So using rammed earth as the main material made a lot of sense. So part of the building sits on ground using rammed earth walls, and the other part floats above the rocks using a steel structural skeleton. But as I said, a critical part of the project was to use soldiers for construction, but as you know, they are not trained craftsmen, and we didn't have money to train them first and build the building, so the training had to happen during the construction process itself. And this had to be planned at a very early stage of the design process. So these are some of the diagrams that we produced to plan some of the on-site training workshops. This is building of rammed earth walls. So we designed the system, the joints and the tolerances. We planned where the training ground should be, the minimum module you need to build to implement the training workshops, the labor structure for workshops, as well as eventually to build the building, and then the steps of execution, which eventually became the training steps. We call this diagram labor training matrix. So this is again different types of rammed earth building techniques organized according to the complexity of the task. So at the bottom of the ladder, you have the sort of the most simple version of a rammed earth wall, which is a simple rectangular wall. Then we are trying to connect two walls together in a perpendicular way. Then we are trying to taper the top of the wall, so we are trying to experiment with the forms. Then it's about dealing with thresholds, so how rammed earth connects with other building systems. Then it's about penetrations and so on. So the idea here is that you would incorporate these different complexities of building systems within the real building so that an unskilled worker can start building the most simplest version and move up the ladder by using the real construction activity as a kind of an organic skill building process. But as I said, if you use real buildings for training purposes, then the building systems that you design should have plenty of tolerances and latitude for error. So we use series of design tactics in order to understand how to put the building together. And these are simple ideas, like for example, allowable failure. So here we are trying to, I don't know whether, let's see. So here we are trying to get the soldiers to build concrete footings on a rocky surface. And it's a difficult task for training workshops. You would ask them to build a 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter footing. It could be 1 meter by 1 meter, it could be 1 meter by 1.2. So we deliberately made the footings to be different sizes so that any workmanship mistake would not be seen as a formal error. And similarly, it doesn't really matter, these concrete purlins are not aligned together horizontally at the connection with the wall, because wall itself has an undulating surface which can accommodate any irregularities in the placement of the purlins. Adjustable fits. So we wanted to make the connections to be, not compromise the construction and the assembly, and make sure that the components are put together in such a way that there's plenty of movement to accommodate tolerances for mistake, and also to replace poorly performing components during the construction phase. Formal dimensional tolerance. So here you could see that we are trying to place a rammed earth wall on top of a rubble footing, but there is a third element, which is a plinth, a concrete plinth, which sort of extend away from the surface of the two other systems. So that, if there is any dimensional error in one system, that will not be transferred into the other system, because there's a third element which can tolerate that error. So here we are connecting a concrete tube to a handrail system. There's a negative space, there's a third element, so that the failure of one system would not transfer into another system. Flexible coordination. So if you look at the system here, so there's a roof system where you have a roof cladding and a ceiling line and a roof truss, a steel truss, and we have offset them one from the other. We have not aligned them because aligning is difficult when you build with the training workforce. But at the same time, we like the way that when the building moves away from its body towards outside, the building system sort of peels into different layers. So we would like to think that some of these details are pragmatic, but they also can be poetic. Systemization of work. So the entire building was built by using a portal frame structure, which you would replicate it, and the building changes its morphology when it sort of contacts with the landscape. But the idea is that once you train the soldiers to build one portal frame structure, then they could replicate the rest of the building. So modularity and intensification of activities can lead into better training and erection. But accommodating tolerances does not necessarily mean that you have to compromise on the performance. And the performance when it comes to this kind of activities is all about common sense. It's common sense to design buildings as narrow floor plates in the tropics so that you could have plenty of cross ventilation. It's common sense to design buildings around courtyards and around trees so that the trees can shade the building. It's common sense to use a thermal mesh so the interior can be cooler. It's common sense to elevate the building so that the natural water lines are not interrupted. It's common sense to bring light and ventilation from rooftop and so forth. But the building can still be about color, about texture, about shadows, about light. It can be about how the building sits in the landscape, how it meanders around the trees, how it creates indoor and outdoor rooms for the functioning of the program. It can be about framing of views, framing of courtyards, journeys that you create through the landscape and through the spaces. It can be about scale and proportion of internal volumes and how you frame outside from inside. But it can also be about people. People who build the building as well as people who use the building. So the idea here was to build a social capital and a physical capital. So social capital is the trained workforce, the physical capital is the kit-of-part building system, and use this social capital and physical capital to build similar type of buildings elsewhere. So the next two projects, they are two very small projects, infrastructural projects that we built for the public school system in Sri Lanka. And the first project was built during the economic crisis that we had, about 2-3 years ago. I'm sure that you have heard about it. So these graphs show the gravity of the problems that we had. In the first graph, you can see in the blue line how the dollar reserves have dropped from 2009, almost 2018 to 2021. In parallel, how the GDP from construction has plummeted. And during this time, government banned importing what they call non-essential items. And in this graph, you can see how the importation of building materials have dropped in parallel to the inflation of material costs. But one of the problems we have in construction industry in Sri Lanka is that we import almost all the materials. We import steel, we import aluminum, we import glass, we import ceramic, we even import timber. And perhaps one of the only materials that we local produce with clay bricks is cement. So we thought that it's an opportunity for us to sort of use these sort of small infrastructure projects to experiment with an alternative morphology and language of cement and how you use cement in the tropics. But at the same time, there was a programmatic need, toilets in public school system. I'm not sure what the condition in India, but it's pretty bad in Sri Lanka. When we met the kids and the teachers before the project, we were told that sometimes students really don't drink water in the morning so that they don't have to go to the toilet. Sometimes they wait till the end of the bell so that they can go to shopping malls in the city. So there was certainly a programmatic need to respond to, but while building toilets to the kids, we also want to see how architectural infrastructure can perhaps contribute to industrial change. So these are the toilets that were there at the site before our intervention. As you can see, the building is bad, but it's not only the building, but also the space around it. So the idea was to sort of regenerate this derelict land into a kind of a civic territory so that kids can gather and interact and play. So what we tried to do, there was an existing foundation. So what we did was that we pushed the new building as much as closer to the foundation so that we can create a public space in the front. So this is looking at the building from that public space so that we wanted to create positive place making for the community of users. The blocks has 2 levels. At the ground level, we have this kind of masonry ribbon where the toilet sort of opens out to internal courtyards. At the upper level, we have a perforated breeze block facade, which brings light and ventilation into the spaces, and we have a volume because of the wall, so that the air, heated air can rise up and then eventually exchange back to the outside, and the kids can sort of look into the public space through these sort of different openings that we have created at the upper level. But as I said, that we also wanted to sort of experiment with a different morphology and language of cement. So we wanted to sort of develop a kind of a kit of parts system based on modular construction, tapping into light prefabrication techniques. So we had a cast-in-place concrete skeleton, which was infilled by a plethora of cementitious components like ferrocement roofs, precast perforated cement blocks, prefabricated spouts and gutters and cement tiles and floor decking systems and joinery units and bridges and so forth. So the idea is to sort of, to question the standard supply of cement, and then, would there be an alternative way of putting the systems together. But the change has to be built on tradition, but not the vernacular romanticized tradition, but the tradition of the everyday construction. You may have known that, in places like Sri Lanka in 1960s and 70s, we had a drive for close industrialization where prefabricated concrete became kind of an option, the technological option that the industry explored. So we wanted to tap into the lessons that we learned during that period, but also to create new tradition for the time and space that we are living in. And also, if you go to most in Sri Lanka, to most of the peripheral towns, that you would find these kind of local cement manufacturers who would produce these prefabricated components. So we wanted to support those manufacturers and bring them into the supply chain. But at the same time, we wanted to improve the environment quality of the spaces that we design, to flood as much as possible natural light and ventilation. Here you could see that there are these sort of imprints on the soffit of the vault, and that is to sort of camouflage the mistakes, the workmanship mistakes that the workers have done during the casting process. But we try to sort of mesh the pattern with the pattern of the tile, so that workmanship error would not necessarily seen as a formal error. But at the same time, we would like to think that we didn't just design a toilet, we designed a public space. There was already a formal public space in the school around a shrine. So what we wanted to do is to create a kind of an informal counterpoint to that public space where kids can gather and interact and play. So this is a section through the building. So the building essentially become a kind of a bridge that connects the formal public space at the top of the hill and the new public space that we created in front of the building. So the kids can come from the top, move through the building, and then connect with the informal public space that is there, newly created. And at the ground level, the toilet sort of opens out to its courtyards. So this would be more or less the sequence. From the top, you would walk through this bridge. You will be in this sort of perforated volume, and from that, you could peep into the public space. And tectonically, there's this kind of stacking of the components. This is how the different prefabricated systems sort of come together. So there is a visibility of the process and visibility of labor to a certain extent as well. By the way, this building was also built by Air Force soldiers. So in the office, we call the project lanterns because, the way that, when it lit at night, that, because of the perforation, that it glows in a particular way. The interesting thing is that kids also call it lantern. They don't call it toilets. They would say that we are going to the lantern. So we thought that it's a kind of nice sort of gesture, that there's a kind of ownership on the part of the kids as well. But this project was part of a larger project where we were trying to develop a kind of a modular infrastructure system for the public schools where the same kit of part system can be reorganized to different programs, toilets and learning pods and workshops and art galleries and so forth. And one of the first projects that we did was this one, which is series of learning pods in one of the very rural places of Sri Lanka. It was part of a program where we were trying to introduce cultural infrastructure to the socially deprived countryside. This school is one of the poorest in the country. Those which do not necessarily get assistance or funds to improve their infrastructure, improve their learning. So the construction process depended on a mode of production that was based on local resources, social capital, and a network of contributors who were largely outside of the highly inefficient state-led supply mechanism. Because we were building in the villages, so we were able to gather earth, so we used earth walls in that instance. But it was also important to design a volume that could entice its young users, but very little money again, so cost effectiveness, low maintenance, there's not much money to maintain this. The same with the toilets as well. Environmental comfort, minimum impact to the landscape, so these were the ethos that we sort of wanted to use. The entire structure was built by mostly volunteer work, and most of them were parents of the school children who were farmers in real life. So they would only come and work in the construction site when they don't have work in the farm. So it was a very slow process of construction, but a process that still required plenty of tolerances. So we again went back to the design tactics that we normally use, so formal and dimensional tolerance. So again, third element, which sort of prevents failure of one system transferring into another. Here we realized that, I will quickly go through some of these things, but so we realized that once they made the door panels, they were not geometrically perfect. So they were like, they were tapered forms as well. So we painted with this sort of triangular colored shape so that, again, that workmanship error would not necessarily be seen as a formal error. Flexible coordination. So there is a third element between the wall and the vault, so that the vault doesn't not necessarily rely on the precision of the making of the wall for its accuracy, right? So we build the wall, and then there's this sort of steel beam, and steel beam sort of act as a tolerance mediator. Systemization of work. We made this formwork structure to build the wall. So they were like small sections, and we replicated the formwork to build the entire vault. Formwork was built by using a box section frame on top of which we had a plywood topping. So what we normally did was that, when they were starting to build the vault, we got a welder from the city, and he would tack weld the steel formwork to the I-beams, and then it gives a steady fit so that the farmers can do the vault. And once they have done the vault, the welder would come back, remove the formwork, and then move it to the next section, and so on. So again, systemization of work allows easy building and easy construction. But at the same time, it's about courtyards, it's about inside, outside, it's about volumes, it's about light, it's about creating a place where that particular function can be exercised. Next two projects are sort of two residential projects built within two different economic and technical contexts. Here I will like to elaborate on the idea of craft and why craft has been important to us over the years. We understand craft as a learned ability that someone would acquire through regular practice. But if craft is learned skills and experience, then you can use craft to build knowledge and techniques. So the idea is that rather than using craft for decorative purposes, can you use craft for functional and pedagogical purposes? The first house was a kind of a vertical extension of a suburban house on a sloping terrain. On the top set of images, you could see how the old house looked before our intervention. And the bottom set of images show the conceptual transformation of the house, both in form and section. So the strategic merging of the new and old intended to take environmental and economic advantage of reuse and create additional spatial volumes, experiential possibilities, and value-added performances. Theoretically, old does not necessarily connect with the new, so old and new were separated, and new was sort of used to protect the old. Technically, new does not necessarily rely on the old for structural performance or structural support or even the dimensional accuracy of the components. Spatially, we wanted to still improve the environmental performance of the building. So here you could see that in the old house, bare walls and the roof line sort of cut off access to light and ventilation and views across the landscape. In the new building, the new envelope sort of uses the physical gap created by the raising of the roof over the masonry walls to introduce a kind of a new environmental filter consisting of a range of spatial components like fenestration, day beds, light veils, and thresholds protected by eaves. So this is how the intervention looks physically, where the new sort of emerges from the old, creating new volumes and experiential possibilities. There was an old garage behind this red door, and we transformed that into a working studio. And we introduced this sort of winding staircase that would take you to an elevated outdoor garden from which you would access to the house. We had this sort of perforated breeze wall facade which would bring light and ventilation to the studio at the ground level, and then upper level terraces sort of overlooks into the street and to the landscape beyond. So here on your left, the concrete crafted stair leads to the upper level outdoor platform, and on the right is a view from the upper level garden towards this entry sequence with this sort of new lightweight spatial component sort of floats between old masonry walls and the new roof. And as you enter from the staircase, you are sort of opened out to a new entry court enriched by light and shadow and texture and water. Day beds and ribbon windows and timber terraces and built-in seats sort of create different spatial and functional opportunities within the fabric. Various spatial components define the character of the outdoor rooms and lead to different experiential possibilities. And from there, you discover a door that sort of leads you to the internal volume. And the internal volume is sort of designed as a kind of an extension of this progression of sequences, which is guided and narrated by installations of various components, strategically placed for functional and experiential reasons. So here we have concrete joinery units, new structural skeleton, the staircase, the timber gallery. They are all seemingly placed independent of the old walls and the floors. And then from there, if you turn the other direction, you start to see the framing of outdoor views. Still there is the feeling of the mass of the old structure and different play of light and texture, but always connected with the outdoors, where built-in seats and furniture hopefully define different spatial movements. Then if you turn back, the yellow staircase would lead you to different platforms within this newly created volume, where you have frame views and fragmented thresholds, handrails turning into day beds, fragmented thresholds protected by long eaves to protect the interior from monsoon rain. inside extending outside. So here in the terrace on the left, a brick wall sort of becomes a concrete seat. On the right, the timber floor turns into a timber seat, thus hopefully transforming that space into a place. Timber decks floating in space, providing additional sleeping area. So we wanted to use the fenestration as a way of, creating this sort of umbrella over the, the spaces that were newly created. And this play of spatial installations within the volume sort of runs throughout the house, creating different uses, connections, and experiences. For example, we wanted this sort of sculptural staircase to connect spaces while disconnecting the mass, or a corner window to open out to capture light and views. Here the old fabric is sort of carved out to place a new concrete corner box, and the meeting of these various components, the concrete box, the old walls, the structural element, the fenestrations, those are the things that were important to solve in both during the design and construction phase. So to that end, the way that the building systems are put together becomes important to our work, this sort of technical approach of how various systems are organized in the building. So here you could see that the old footings and the walls of the existing structure in number 1 and 2, to which we introduce a new structural skeleton and a roof system. And within that, there's this sort of series of independent installations of floor decks, fenestrations, joinery units, staircases, and so on. And this gives a kind of a freedom of design to design system with certain complexities, and also with a certain sense of autonomy, so that when you construct, that one system will not necessarily lead into a failure of another system. And in this particular project, it's the first time that we were working with the masonry gang. So there was a need to sort of at least upskill, their knowledge and their skills to achieve the desired outcome. And these are, some of the concrete components built for the project. So there is indeed an attempt to look at concrete as a craft for various functional and experiential possibilities. But the on-site gang has to be trained to achieve some of these desired results. So like previous projects, so we sort of triggered a series of on-site construction. So we asked the workers to start with the components which did not have too much impact on the spatial experience, and then eventually climb up the complexity ladder. Same with other building systems as well. So we built all the ironmongery using offcuts. So again, it was an attempt to sort of use steel welders and perhaps transform them into crafts in the process. The communication was important in that process. So these are some of the diagrams that we produced to communicate with the on-site workforce. And these are different joints, how systems come together, the ideas of negative space and third element. So the details for us are not aesthetic or nostalgic. It's about how you use details to make sure that the buildings are built well, using the kind of workforce that you are able to use. So at the end of the day, we like to think that the technology the workers use, their tools, their work, their successes and their mistakes are all built within the ethos of the architecture produced. But we certainly want to sort of romanticize this process of making by hand or using craft. But we simply want to use craft to sort of overcome the technical and economic and pedagogical challenges that we have in building in our part of the world. The challenge then, of course, is to sort of extend this kind of idea into the other end of the market, to the lower end of the market, where you have different challenges in terms of spending capacity. So this is a kind of a low-cost housing prototype that we built for a system of providing housing for war widows whose spouses have died in the war. So transferability was an important aspect, affordability was an important aspect, the ability to use local resources, local craftsmen, local workers were important. But again, we came up with, it's a kind of a kit of parts system, different spatial configurations and technical configurations. So this is the first type that we built, but we designed the prototype in such a way that it can expand when the family grows, or depending on your spending capacity and your cultural conditions, that you can decide which type of house that you want to build, and in the kit of parts system. So it's a hybrid uses of materials, rammed earth, rubble, brick, lath and plaster, timber, so that, depending on the availability of the resource, that the system can change. Again, I'm not going to go too much on that, but this idea of tectonics and how the building puts together and how details are used to sort of tolerate the errors and the workmanship and performance is an idea that runs through our work, regardless of the type of project. This is the first prototype house that we built, and the construction team here were mostly locals, local artisans and craftsmen and even volunteers as well. And some of the soldiers that we trained in other projects became trainers in these projects. So there's this sort of reciprocal connection between training and trainers across the practice. This is building lath and plaster walls. And this particular building structure was built on a sloping terrain. So one is that we had to sort of flatten the surface, so there were some earth that were left, so we built rammed earth walls using earth from the ground itself, from the place itself. But because of the terrain, we were also able to use volumetric play and so on and so on. So texture and color and light bring kind of an economical means of delight to the users. So the two residential projects I presented were built under two drastically different economic, cultural, and industrial conditions. But this is important to us. Despite the diversity in spending capacity and technical context, we try to bring together the idea of space and craft and methodology to create equally livable spaces. So what I'm going to do is that I will quickly show you few projects just to extend the argument, then I would summarize. So again, this is a suburban house that we built for a young family whose father was a contractor, but he was not a formal contractor. He was someone who worked in the government sector and then retired when he was like 60 years old and then set up the construction practice. So one of the first things that we were told by the contractor was that he didn't have very good carpenters or welders, but he had good masons. So using brick as the main material made sense in that instance. So brick is what eventually defined the ethos of the building. It sort of projects outwards to capture views and light and ventilation. It creates shadows and patterns, and it sort of runs around the perimeter of the building to create indoor and outdoor spaces. But the problem is that even the contractor told us that he had good masons who had been working in the industry for 20 years. They have never done an exposed brickwork wall. All what we have been doing is that there will be is plastered rendered walls. So, and for them, doing an exposed brickwork was a totally different ball game. So this again triggered a kind of an on-site skill beam process where we first asked them to build walls which are needed to be plastered, then travel through the complexities in the facade. So the different patterns which are in the facade is partly formal and aesthetic, but partly also pedagogical. And this idea of craft and tectonics and sustainability and reuse is a kind of a overriding theme that runs through our work often. This is again a house that we built up in the mountains. It's quite an interesting one because there was an old house on the site and the clients wanted to demolish it and rebuild it. But when we started to peel off the layers of this wall, we realized that the walls have been made by using a stone and mud plaster technique that they would, the villagers would generally use in the mountains. So we convinced the client to keep all of these walls, introduce the new structural skeleton and a roof, and then design a series of spatial platforms and journeys within the volume. So for example, here that we found this sort of, few kebok bricks on the site, so it suddenly became an element which defines the entry sequence. So these are the old walls, sort of, define the spatial character of the inside, and then, through that you would frame outside. Some of the internal volumes and so on, bedrooms. This is the upper level is built by using lath and plaster. Also, it's almost like a card that sort of wraps around the internal volumes. You have this sort of ribbon windows which captures views towards outside. So the building is almost like a mosaic. So on one part, we were tapping into the skills and resources that are there in the mountains, stall building, stone building and carpentry and so on. But on the other hand, we were using off-the-shelf materials like steel GI tubes and steel cladding. So it's not necessarily to sort of replicate the tradition, but use the principles of the tradition and hopefully create new traditions along the way. Last two projects, so again, totally different context. So here we were asked to build a kind of farm field school. It's a World Bank project in a very rural area. I mean, those who have visited Sri Lanka, the historical part of Anuradhapura, so this site is closer to that. The program is an interesting one. So there was this NGO who had been working with 60 farming families in a particular village for over 2-3 years on climate smart agriculture techniques. So then they wanted to use these 60 farms as model farms to bring other farmers from other parts of the country and use them as training initiative. So it was a very simple program, 3 pavilions. One is a sort of a lecture hall, second one is a sort of a dining and living space, and the third one is storage. But we wanted to sort of place the building in such a way that they look spontaneous and organic. So there is a courtyard in the middle, but courtyard is defined by building elements, the water, the plantation and so on. And we also wanted to do landscape as a kind of a home garden. So the landscape itself also can be pedagogical. So it's not like your typical Jeffrey Bawa rectangular courtyard, but village is not that. Village is informal, village is spontaneous. So we wanted the building to be sort of a natural progression of the morphology that is there in the village. But the project also sort of supported the larger program of reconstructing the tank system in the dry zone. I'm sure that you would have it here as well. So we have this sort of cascade system of tanks called Elanga. So there was a program to regenerate some of these tank systems. So our intervention was on one part sort of, was a program to support rural rebuilding and rural infrastructure, but also we wanted the building to be a kind of a community center, a place where the local villagers and the local farmers can use for political and cultural gathering. So most of the materials were locally sourced. We got timber from a local depot. Thatch were provided by the farmers. Earth, so there were rammed earth walls and earth bag system walls as well. They were all taken from the tank reconstruction process. So there were no material that were imported from outside. But at the same time, we wanted to do the details, the joints in a particular way. So there are sort of steel connectors and so on. So on one hand, we sort of tapped into the local vernacular, learned lessons from them. But on the other hand, we also wanted to improve the durability and the performance. So again, it's about tapping into the tradition, but also hopefully creating a new tradition. We wanted farmers to, the World Bank has a funny system because they would not give money to the farmers directly, but they would give money to the farmers if they engage in a particular activity. So, but we wanted some of the money to go into the farmers, so we got the farmers to build the earth buildings, not the other the timber work and masonry were done by a local craftsman, but the earth building systems were done by the farmers themselves. So that, again, it triggered a kind of an upskilling process. But again, I mean, still it's about how you understand structure and form and, the relationship between mass and skeleton. It's about shadows and light and framing. It's about, how buildings act as pavilions, how you create thresholds between inside and outside, how the building sort of fabric, runs around trees and, natural elements to create interesting spaces inside and outside. This is the lecture hall, so we didn't want to design a sort of a formal teaching space. I mean, these are farmers, they have a very informal way of life. They don't wear shoes, they are barefoot, so we wanted the floor to be comfortable to them. So it's almost like a kind of an amphitheater where farmers would come and stay and be comfortable in whatever they do. And the final project, even the larger projects that we do in the city, that some of these approach have been useful to us. So this is a mixed development project in Colombo. It's mostly commercial and residential. It's unfortunately, like, it's a low-rise neighborhood, but then, it's a commercial client and he's allowed to build 7 stories. So we try to scale down as much as possible, perhaps not enough. But what we tried to do was to sort of break the mass into 4 volumes. And the building has a kind of a morphology where the top part sort of projects away from the bottom part so that the top can shade the building. There's very little glass in the facade. And we have a thermal mass at the ground level, so the bricks would sort of absorb heat. And the upper level sort of juts out so that there's plenty of protection to the lower levels. And there is this sort of, connection, with the street, so that the street invariably goes inside. And then here we have this sort of like 7-story atrium space with circulation and so on. And then on the back, we created this kind of urban courtyard. So from the street, I don't know whether you can see it, but it frames the courtyard at the back. And then as you walk up, there are these series of different spatial movements, meeting spaces and so on. So it's almost like, taking the street vertically up through the building. But again, the tactics have been useful to us. Again, I'm not going to explain too much. Formal and dimensional tolerance, so separating components. So the concrete slab is separated from the metal fins so that, one failure will not transfer into another failure. Adjustable fit so that the joints would not become a limiting factor. Flexible coordination, so the brick wall does not rely on the steel structural skeleton, so they are independent from one to another. Systemization of work and so on. So this is what we have been doing in Sri Lanka for the last 12 years. Try to build buildings that can travel across markets, that respond to different spatial conditions, programmatic needs, social situations, and so forth. So the desire has not been to define a style for the practice or a niche market for the practice, but rather to define an approach. Approach hopefully allows us to travel across markets and build in various situations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a compelling presentation. I request all the dignitaries to please come up on the stage. Now we have the question and answer session. Vidya Dadati Vinayam. In a gathering that celebrates knowledge and wisdom, I invite our learned guests to grace the stage and share their knowledge and wisdom with us. Our keynote speakers, Architect Kishor Trivedi sir, Architect Varna Shashidhar ma'am, and architect Milinda Pathiraja, sir, and Saurabh Malpani, sir, to facilitate the session. The floor is open for the question and answers. Let's have a round of applause for our speakers. Architect Varna Shashidhar, ma'am. We get it from Assam. Traditional Assamese gamcha. Thank you.
Wonderful day. Like very good breakfast, very good lunch, and very good dinner. So where to start is always a question. So I'm only going to do more like a mukhwas or dessert or coffee. This is what we go with the session. So I think everybody geographically also worked in a very, very different parts, and approaches are very different. From the context when Kishor Bhai worked, the time since 1977, you started practice around that time, or 75 I will say. Since then till 2025, I think it is very different point of views, different approaches, appropriate for that time, appropriate for the situations. So my first question, I will start with Kishor Bhai. Kishor Bhai, you did so many institutes, and still you are doing. How you keep that enthusiasm when the new institute comes to you?
No, it is a struggle for excellence. Always struggle takes you to a step further. So every time, whenever I design, I review my designs, whether I have done right or wrong, and how to improve on it. And then doing new mistakes again, and again reviewing. So that process takes you further and further.
And since last 50 years, the way you work with the government institution also, the people, the interest, the approaches of the government requirements of the institution, as well as the approach of construction is also changed a lot. How you also keep it with the technology, the requirements which are newly generated when you are designing the campuses, designing the institutes. So how you incorporate with the, it maybe would have been very different when you started your practice, the requirements and the time span of the construction would have been more slow, or there was more time to build. But now, with the way India is developing, the time zone given to each campus is comparatively very less. So how you deal the situations?
You very rightly said, we get lesser time for designing, while they take longer time on files. So that's the bitter fact that we have to face. And I have been complaining also to my client that you have been spending so much of time on approvals, on files, but we don't get time. Even recently we had to work with CPWD. The government funding comes through, any project that we do, which is funded by the government, we have to have government construction agencies like CPWD or NBCC, etc., etc. But they take such a long time in, taking out estimates or reviewing estimates, taking out tenders, finalizing the agency, but we don't get time to design. So that's a bitter fact that we have to face. But in any case, now time is, in the present time, present scenario, we'll have to work very fast. We can't say we'll take more time because nobody would allow you to take more time on designing. So you have to be thorough with it.
Okay. Next question is for Varna. This is very, I think, more primitive question. When you finish your GSD and you worked almost for 4 years in US, when was the time you decided that this is the right time, I should go back to India, or this is the approach I want to take when I go back to India?
I always knew I wanted to come back. It was just a matter of sort of having some exposure to landscape architecture. I don't think I was very clear about the kind of work I wanted to do when I came back. I mean, I didn't know how to sort of structure practice. But I think it organically unfolded because I just feel having worked in a practice that was small, selective, and then sort of worked in practices that were doing work so intensely, and then having opportunities to collaborate with some wonderful designers in South Asia and observing how they sort of situated their practices. I just think I've been fortunate to be able to work with some really good people, and I think that sort of paved the way.
Yeah, so the next question is extension to that, because you work with Palinda, you worked with Matthew Ghosh, you worked with, as you said, one of the very fine designers of
Yes.
Southeast Asia. How difficult you find when, like in Matthew Ghosh, the project was almost there, and then you were introduced. And maybe in some projects, they must have been introducing you prior. Okay, we want to do this. What is your take? How your approach will be, and how we resonate with each other. So depending on a situation, like I think in C-Lab also, you are very prior with the situation, because I recently went to Anand's office and I was checking, so it is yet to start in the foundation, or it just started. So the question is how you resonate when the designer has very different approaches than which you are used to.
I think it's a fabulous question. I think initially when I was very new to practice, it was more of a condition of what can you do? And you've also come from America, so how is your knowledge even applicable to India? I think everybody had questions, and I think even I had questions about whether I'd be able to do much. So I think my early projects were also questions I'm sure the architects would have had, and so this whole perception of landscape needs to deal with vegetation, and the softer components alone may have been there. But I just feel it's so refreshing now that the current generation of emerging architects really want to work with landscape architects in a very collaborative manner. And as also spending a little bit more time in practice, when you meet with people who are very collaborative. Palinda is very collaborative when it comes to the process, so he does give importance to landscape, and it's always a mutually collaborative process. And so I think there is a difference, and you can see the difference when the project final outcome. So I think it's getting better, and I'm hoping with everybody here they'll involve landscape architects in the beginning of the process.
I will pass for Milinda. Milinda, I did my internship at Baba's place 25 plus years back, and it's amazing what you are doing right now. Very banal question, but why you name your practice robust?
Right. Look, I mean, it's a kind of an extension of the research that I did at Melbourne University. I did my first 3 years of architecture studies in Moratuwa, and then I went over to Melbourne to do my last 2 years. So the 5th and 4th years, and it was a wonderful experience. But after doing those 2 years, I felt that I haven't really found anything to take back to Sri Lanka. Then I worked in Melbourne for 3-4 years. Then I went back to the university and did the research. And so that is where this idea of robustness was something that I sort of came across. So even the title of my thesis is robust technology. So how do you understand this idea of resilience in a place which is sort of subject to so many different pressures, culturally, technically, socially, and so on. So then then I went back and I wanted to sort of extend the research into the practice. It's the attempt. I don't know whether I'm doing it well or not, but that has always been the aspiration and the ambition, and that's why I sort of named the practice by the term that I used for the thesis. But I did the research. Not because I wanted a qualification, that I wanted to go into academia, but I wanted to sort of build up a base upon which that I can build up a practice. So it's that extension of that eventually, get into the naming of the practice.
Yeah, yesterday when I was having very informal discussion with Milinda, his father is also was very known film director, and his thesis was on Ritvik Ghatak. So coming from very socialist point of view, and I see a lot of reflection. And I asked Milinda why you decided to become an architect. So it was very first time I heard, my father told me, please join architecture. And I think, so can you elaborate on more on that? How from your father's roots to your roots?
Yeah, look, it's a very difficult question in the sense that, in Sri Lanka we have O-levels and A-levels, and when you're doing O-levels, that you normally think about what you want to do in A-levels, so either it's maths or biology or arts or commerce, and I was thinking of doing maths, but I was not really sure who I want to be. And then at that time, my father was building a house for the family, so there had been this discussion on architecture, and at one point, he's the one who sort of suggested that, you could consider architecture, and he gave me a very banal and, most commonplace definition to architecture. He said that, architecture is this sort of, merging the two worlds of science and arts. I think that's the most basic definition that one can come up with. But I think perhaps that's what he was thinking, because he was a filmmaker. He was a sort of a more politically aligned filmmaker. That's why Ritvik Ghatak was his sort of an idol to a certain extent, I think. In my father's time, that you become an artist not through a formal process. You love cinema and you see cinema, and then you become a filmmaker. And he felt that he didn't have that kind of technical learning, and I think he thought that the architecture would be a medium where that you would bring these two worlds together. So that's one. And I think I'm even in my early days that I was. This is, again, it's a very broad theme to discuss, but I was interested about how architecture can become political, because they would say that architects are the most apolitical in the sense, which is, it's not true, I think. Invariably what we do is political. We deal with land, we deal with labor, we deal with capital. So what we do is inherently political, but I was still interested on that as a student. So yeah, that's the answer.
I think you're doing a lot of justice to it.
Right. Yeah.
I have next question for Kishor Bhai. Kishor Bhai, I got to, like you said, Indu Bhai was your father-in-law, and he was already in 60s or in 50s very known architect of Saurashtra. And your wife was also a fine artist from Baroda. So after your marriage and when you started your practice, what kind of discussion you used to have at home about architecture and art?
Unfortunately, I hardly had any interaction about art and architecture, but my wife used to keep on, supporting me, encouraging me, allowing me to work overnights. She was not keeping well after marriage. So, although we created a studio for her to work, but unfortunately she could not work on, could not utilize the space. But she always, I would say, compromised many things for me because she wanted me to be, but to do better than even her father. So that's what it was.
I think we can continue, but I would like to have any specific question if students wants to ask, so we can incorporate those questions also during this conversation. Find working in Sri Lanka and working in India, what are the bigger shift of professional approaches as well as cultural approaches?
I don't find it vastly different. It's fairly similar. I think more of my projects in Sri Lanka have been, private homes and, projects related to hospitality. I think India is a different ballgame altogether because, ideally I would like to work more on institutional and public projects. And I think I think Sri Lanka, contextually a few different contexts I've worked in. Yes, the dry zone and other places, but India, the contexts are vastly dissimilar. I think there are also challenges of the kind of availability of things and, if you want to create a native plant nursery, where do you look for resources? And I think the challenges of, a lot of things that Milinda was talking about, skills and how do you build that. I think the kind of projects that I'm doing in India, I find them very exciting. For example, the Katiwada project, which is, how do you implement something over there? What is a local material? Are you trying to implement or are you trying to learn from them because they come with such rich knowledge? So I think both have its challenges and it's not too dissimilar.
Milinda, also in a lot of projects, I may be wrong, but see your approach to detailing, approach to using the material as either very Scarpa or maybe Glen Murcutt or Australian way, Lapistel, that kind of, I will not say influence, but taking clues and then developing what is more local or what is more correct for the Sri Lankan context. How you see, because I really see very well crafted, it's craft, it's sculpture, the staircase becomes one material to other material to. So how is it comes from your love or the way you are saying, when you say socio-political approaches also is getting influenced in the...
Yeah, look, I think, you, in life you go through different journeys and in that process you catch things and I think, the work that you do somehow is reflected by that. I'm sure that there's a fair comment, but I think I'm not really worried about form or style or a language as such. I think for me, language is about principles. So I would I mean, I don't really replicate Jeffrey Bawa style as such, but I think perhaps what I've learned from Jeffrey is the principles in terms of how you deal with the landscape, in terms of how you create spaces, in terms of how you work out a material and so forth. And then, I mean, I think, so it's it's more or less about an approach and principles, and I don't really align myself either with vernacularism or traditionalism or modernism.
It's a new tradition you are creating.
I think it's it's about how you put materials together in a way that perhaps it deals with a specific space and a program, and that's what I worry about. But I'm sure that the work perhaps interest I have over the years as a student, the work that I have seen, I'm sure. But having said that, when I did my third year, I interned at this wonderful architect from Sri Lanka called Vijay Basnaik. I think he's the current master, and he had an approach which is mostly based on tectonics, and for him, architecture was mostly a process, not necessarily the product. But from him, I learned how to go to a site and work with site and work with materials and so on. So I think this sort of idea of craft and working with materials, something perhaps that I learned from him. So I think in your work that you might see shadows of all these different Vijita, Bhava. I mean, that's what it is.
I think, and I'm not saying about anything, but also extension to this discussion, because Milinda also teaches very regularly in academics in Moratuwa University. How you see yourself as a mentor in school and then professional in office with a new generation?
Look, it's a very positive experience. I think one reinforces the other. I guess the academia and practice and working with young people, because I think what I've learned over the years that you have to constantly critique your own work. In order to critique your work, you have to have the right tools. You have to build frameworks for critique, and I think engaging with young people, engage with academia, gives you that sort of intellectual base to build up a mode of critiquing your work. So I think it's constant critique. As he said, that he's still searching for the best building, the right building. That's what keep you going on. I hope that I will never build my best building, because at the moment my life ends, right? So, but
no, I think then the next best building will come.
Yeah, I'm sure that that's what you meant as well to a certain extent. So I think, I think that in touch with academia is a quite a positive thing in that sense.
In academia, you teach design or construction?
Design. But for me, they are not separated.
They are not separated.
So design and construction. Architecture. Cinema is one word, theater is one word, architecture is two word. Archi and tecton. Archi is thinking, tecton is construction, building, making. So I think it's about building these two worlds together, right? So thinking and making.
Thank you. I can ask whole audience who is keen to ask any.
Congratulate to Dbmf team for arranging such a wonderful event, and the things that happened today are really great. My question might be very basic, that is to Varna. That is, in India, most of the time we have been used looking at the landscape as a very kind of a picture perfect kind of a thing, with the vistas and kind of imageries that come into play. But looking at your landscape, it looks very realistic. It's wild, but it's very touching, I think. Do you think there is a difference? I think the way you work, I might be wrong, but the way you work, it might be more of Western way of looking at the landscape, the kind of landscapes that we have seen, we can see a very wonderful correlation in your work. So how do you look at this kind of a landscape thing? I might be wrong, but I'm used to look at landscape like this, but looking at work, your work, this thought has come to my mind. So what do you think?
Thank you so much for your kind words and such a lovely question. I think the way I see landscapes is very much about everyday things. I don't think I'm doing much to add to the landscape. I'm just in my quest of discovering what's beautiful in a place or in a context. I'm just trying to reveal for myself what is beautiful about the place. And like I said in my presentation, the landscape in India is not visual, it's not sensorial. It sort of touches somewhere deeper. It's, it touches your chitta. So I feel it goes beyond. So, whether it's one Ashwat Katte with one tree and, everything that we worship, it goes beyond just mere beauty. So I think my landscapes are always about discovering the beauty in everyday ordinary. And so it's not different from what exists. Thank you.
This is a question to Kishor Bhai. I would like to ask. You have been working over, I think, nearly 50 years in the practice and the kind of work that you have seen. First, my question is, I can see, like all of us, we can see a really great influence of master architects, like whether it is Khan and Doshi, Korea might be all of those people. I heard like you never worked with any of these people, but still there is a very strong influence of these people in your work. I'm curious to know how it has come into your work. And my second question is, like, you have been in practice for over the 50 years. And do you think the notions of space making in institute architecture had changed over the period, or is it the same, or there has been new challenges in designing the institutes and making the spaces in the institutes?
See, I was very close to Doshi when I was studying, when I was in second year vacation, and I used to go with my architect, who then became the father-in-law. Along with him, he was working with Doshi as an associate architect, and Doshi was doing a bank. From that time onwards, I was in close contact with Doshi, although I never studied under him. And once on Guru Purnima day, I phoned him and saying that, should I send my thumb to you, although I have not studied under you, but even then you have been my great teacher. And then he very humbly said, Kishore, I would send my thumb to you. You don't have to send your thumb to me. So that kind of relationship we had, even with Korea also, because he was to design a hospital in Rajkot, but due to some reason he could not do it. And then the trustees were desperate, and they got plans from some or the other architects. I was also one of them. And trustees, those Gandhians, took off the names and went to Korea that please, at least if you are not ready to design for us, at least tell us whom to assign this project. And I was lucky that Korea selected my design. And from there onwards, I had thick relationship with Korea also. And Korea otherwise would, we had invited him at the school, and he was telling no to everybody. But because of his project in Lisbon, he was doing that hospital, Champalida Trust. So my great friend was in close connection with him, and I made him speak with Korea, and Korea had to accept. And then Girish Bhai brought him from Bombay to Rajkot through Palitana and all. So that kind of relationship we had, and obviously that's going to influence me on my works also. But that influence was justifiable, and I think we had to learn a lot from them. Korea, because of the geometrical approach, Louis Kahn, because of his geometrical approach. This book is also about the poetry of geometry. So I think lots of things to be learned from various architects, and when I feel that geometry is the base, should be the base, that I learned through Korea, Louis Kahn. I don't remember your second question.
I asked, like, over the period of 50 years, now a lot of things have changed. Saurabh also asked. So how do you look at your new projects? Or I was trying to ask, has the notions of space making changed in recent days? Because what it was in 75 and now it is 2026. Has it changed? If not, it is fine. But do you think it has changed? There are new challenges into designing the institutes.
See, I am more into institutional projects, although I am craving to have good residential townships, but so far not many. I did one at Diu, but that was quite a successful experience. But then, after having designed so many banks, I got more into institutionals. And every time, you have to find out newer ways to be more effective in making in space making or creating good spaces, because ultimately architecture is all about creating or space making, good space making. So I think, but now the challenges are different. The larger projects, earlier the scale was smaller, but now the scales are going very on a larger scale, and projects are also becoming technology oriented. So technology is a new challenge to be adopted, and probably for us, this generation, adopting newer technology is a big thing, because without that, our buildings will be difficult to sustain,
It was all the presentations were really amazing, and there were a lot of takeaways from each one of your presentations. So thank you so much. And my question now is for Milinda. Milinda, we were discussing this morning. You were telling us that you also advised us that we should always look for principles from old buildings, and then we can, those principles can be adapted in the newer architecture. And I'm really glad that I could see that in your presentations, and we got the chance to see that actually. So thank you for that. And my question is, you showed us the graph of how the imports of construction materials is banned and it is declining. So how do you think that will shape the architectural scene of Sri Lanka in the future? And because as common people, we think of Sri Lanka as, those Bawa buildings and tropical architecture. And so what is your opinion on that? And my second question is, again, going back to Bawa architecture and tropical architecture, or maybe heritage architecture of Sri Lanka. What is your most favorite building in all of Sri Lanka? And if you want all of us to go there and experience what architecture of Sri Lanka is, which building would you suggest to all of us?
All right. The first question, look, it was a temporary thing. So the banning of importing not only construction materials, but what the government defined as non-essential materials were only during that period of economic crisis. So the crisis are still there, but when it is over, then we started importing materials. So I don't think that it would have a lasting impact on the industry, which is unfortunate as well, because even if you look at Jeffrey's work, the buildings that I like are the ones that he built in 1960s and 70s, before Baruah became Baruah. And that is where we had this sort of the political regime, which was more socially oriented, and they were driving for closed economy and closed industrialization. So during 1970s and 60s, we also restricted importing materials, but at that time it's by choice. And this time it's by default. I mean, we don't have any other alternative. But if you really look at Baruah's work, in that time where the materials and resources restricted, he did wonderful things. And I think that is where he even tried to work with local resources and local typologies and all that. And I sometimes feel that when you have constraints, you need to be more creative. When you have like plethora of surfaces and materials, and I mean you just apply them. So the question is that we don't have those kind of restrictions now. So I don't think that the industry will have an impact. But I would still have like that if those restrictions are there, because it's also to deal with sustainability as well. I mean, importing materials unnecessary is going to be problematic in the long run. So that's number one. Number two is a very difficult question. I mean, the building that I like, yeah, I mean, that's a difficult one. Historical buildings, look, I like, for example, in Varna's presentation, she showed Kaludiya Pokuna, right? This sort of beautiful sort of landscape with water and so on, and sort of old palace with capital and the ruined, and it's a ruined place at the moment. But I think I would still visit those places. I mean, not necessarily buildings, and I think we have glorified too much this sort of making of buildings, but the landscapes I think are more interesting to sort of experience. In terms of Jeffrey's work, one of the buildings that I really like is, I'm sure that most of you haven't visited, he built this sort of very small railway station in Bentota. It was part of a program of reorganizing or redesigning a township in Bentota with other commercial and residential infrastructure. And I think it's a wonderful small building, a building that Jeffrey not necessarily emulated afterwards. I mean, when Jeffrey became Jeffrey, that he just kept building houses and resorts and so on. But that building, I think, is a quite an interesting building because it has this sense of civicness. It's a small railway station. It's by the side of the coast. You get down from the platform. He has this sort of huge masonry columns. So from the waiting area, you have this sort of line of columns which are very thick. So there is this sort of prolonged threshold. There's like, in between spaces from the waiting area to the platform. There's like another third space because of these columns, and which you would sometimes see in colonial buildings as well. I mean, even we may have seen it today as well here in a historical building. So I think that's one of the buildings that I like here.
So I would like to ask the same question to both of you. So if you could tell us about your favorite buildings anywhere in India, Sri Lanka, Varna, you. And sir, you can talk about any of your favorite heritage buildings all around the world. It can be anything. So which one would you choose to talk about?
Can I talk about a favorite landscape in India? Okay, because I think we're all architects. So one of my favorite landscapes in India is environmentalist Pradeep Kishan's Rao Jodha Park in Jodhpur. I think it's one of the most marvelous places. And yeah, I think amongst the contemporary landscapes, it's just an absolutely breathtaking place.
So my question to you now. Do you think Sri Lanka is gradually going away from Baba's legacy or the Baba's philosophy about architecture that Sri Lanka should have?
Look, I mean, it's again, it's a very difficult question. I mean, the first question is, I mean, how do we define legacy? For example, is it the work? Is it the forms? Is it the style? Because I think, unfortunately, I mean, are we reading Bawa properly is the other question, in the sense that I feel that he's been sort of confined into this sort of tropical modernist, but is he really a tropical modernist? I mean, can you sort of restricted him into that? So the question is, what is the legacy as well? But I think, I mean, that's why, I mean, the same answer that I would give you and I would have given before as well. For me, the legacy is about the intellectual content of his work, not necessarily the typologies or the forms. So I think, again, I will always go back to the principles. I mean, how we understood the place and how we dealt with the materiality, with the landscape, and how we created this sort of sequence of spaces and all that. But then Sri Lanka is, I mean, these places are also changing. For example, I think our real problem, and I even see this in Kolhapur as well, I think the real problem is in the city. And how do we build our cities? Do we need cities is the first question. But how we define an urban architecture, and Bawa didn't build in the city. So I think that we can't keep emulating a star architect. There are things that we can learn from Bawa, and there are interventions, or there are areas where we can apply those lessons. But I think the place is changing. So I think Sri Lanka as well as India, I think we need alternative ideas and alternative approaches, I think. But I think Bawa will remain to be very important. I mean, for me, Bawa was my first teacher, in the sense that I have never spoken to him, he never taught me. But in the first year of architecture school, I visited 9 of Bawa's buildings. And that is how he became a teacher. So I think Bawa keeps inspiring the younger generation. He puts Sri Lankan architecture on the world map. So that legacy will forever be there. But I think the young will have to find ways of responding to their problems, I guess. Yes, I think.
Hello sir, myself Vaibhavi and I'm a second year architecture student, and my question is very general. In today's context, many Indian cities seem to be adopting a more uniform architectural language. Do you think that the regional identity which we seen in previous works, or which India had the regional identity is fading, or is it developing into some new identity for India?
See, world is becoming very small, and we are also influenced by the other philosophies and outer world also. So if you say cement is universal, cement is being used here also, we can't talk of rammed earth everywhere. Because of the growing population, we have to have faster construction, and we have to have so much of infrastructure to be created. So regional architecture nowadays is so difficult to adhere to, because unless and until you can talk about the climate of one region and climate of another region and accordingly design. But with so many materials pouring in every day, and at the same time the world is becoming smaller, then I don't think regions are going to sustain, although on paper it looks very good. But in reality, it is really difficult. You can have different context to respect. You can respect climate, you can respect the site conditions, terrain, and the cultural aspects. But I don't think that kind of regional architecture is going to, I mean, it will be difficult for us to go by the regional architecture every time, it's not possible. Because if I design an institutional building, classroom is a classroom is a classroom. So inside, which is a defined space, remains the same. But when I design something which is undefined, there probably we can bring in the regional character. And also, by respecting the climate, by respecting, of course, the other context, and materials, availability of locally available materials are also, in Goa I can't use materials which I can use in Rajkot or in Pune. So obviously I have to go by the laterized stone, not the brickwork. So those things are okay if you consider, but otherwise it is becoming difficult day by day to only go by the regional aspects, regional contexts.
Hello, sir. So my question is with respect to design thinking. So that is to all three of you, specifically for Kishor sir, because see, I must have presumed that you must have started your design from hand drafting and now with AutoCAD, SketchUp and other things. Hello, am I on? Yeah. So my question is, your design process must have started with hand drafting and on sheets, and then developing into a model and that things. But right now in our current situation, our design thinking is generally happening in ChatGPT or Gemini, basic thinking. So what I wanted to understand, is there anything we have to be careful with respect to the entire process? Because sometimes what happens, the product whatever we want to develop, the process is kind of missing it out. Sometimes it is necessary to adapt to AI, or sometimes it is not. So that is what my question is. So how do we, how is your take, and how do you consider this AI getting into our design thinking process?
No, I don't work on computers. And you saw here that it was difficult for me to, adapt this technology, which I have not so far. But I have people who can do it for me. I do sketching only. I sketch and give it to my office staff, and who would then develop, but no, they will develop as per my wish. So it's not necessary to leave sketching. Any project that I design, even the step I design, I don't allow anybody to design even a step. But for that I do sketching myself, and they do the drafting on computers, whatever. And the kind of animation that you saw, all done by my office staff, as per my guidance.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it's a good point to stop here. Yeah, and thank you very much, whole Kolhapur team, Dbmf, and all the speakers. Thank you for such a great day. Thank you.
Thank you to all the dignitaries. I request all the working committee and DBMF members to please come up for group photo. This event would not have possible without all of you here. I thank you on behalf of DBMF for all your time that you have given for DBMF event. All the architects from Kolhapur and people who have traveled from outstations, thank you so much for your efforts. We value our association and look forward for some more knowledge sharing. Thank you, everybody.